Hello, 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 early birds. Welcome, welcome. We're going to get started in about 4 minutes. I'm so excited to be here this evening, and I hope you are too. We got a real fun project planned, and I will see you all very shortly. Well, I wasn't aware that I had any music, but maybe you're saying you got a really good ad. Also, how loud are the follow alerts for you guys? Are they super loud? Just curious. Epic ad. Good. I'm happy. I'm glad, Jim. If we got to do ads, they should at least be epic, right? Okay. Good sound. Okay, good. I lowered the volume on all the alerts quite a bit, just because they were super loud by default. So, what's up? What's up? 3 minutes. Let's go. Yeah, I think most folks are going to get ads. That's why I have a timer going. I start the stream, then I don't start the actual stream right away, just so folks can get through the ads, and that way they don't miss any content. Hello, world, and my cat is here too, so you get to enjoy that. Oh yeah, I hear you, Ariel. EST versus CST. It's hard to keep time zones straight sometimes, isn't it? He sounds adorable. Yep, he is adorable. He's just unhappy that we're building a dog generator tonight instead of a cat generator. So maybe somebody out there is gonna have to build a cat generator just to keep him happy. I know, Rascal. Exactly. That's what I was saying. He didn't know we were making the dog generator until just recently, and I think he's feeling a little bit left out. He thought the cat was the outdoor water faucet. Oh, woohoo! Hello. Glad y'all are feeling pumped. All right, 1 minute. Yeah. Aw, it's so cute. Quick question about the calculator. Did you have problems with the operator still displaying after you pressed equal? By operators, do you mean the string, like the equation? Hey, hi, multi hyphenate. Oh, thanks, Gibbon. Oh, yeah, Prod. You gotta make sure that that you replace. So you make sure that you're storing that previous total, and then that you replace the text string, the display text, with the stored total. That should do it. All right, all right, all right. Let's go. It is, well, my clock says it's still 6:29, but I would say it's close enough, and I like to talk anyway. So, welcome, welcome to my first stream as an official member of the stream team. I'm so excited. Y'all are just joining me. I have been streaming for a while, but it's been sort of in an unofficial capacity. So, I'm so grateful that Leon has seen, the just some of the dedication that I'm putting into these streams, and I'm so honored that he chose me to be a part of the stream team. So really excited to be here with y'all. And Also, this stream will be recorded, so you'll be able to catch the VOD on my channel. If for those of you who haven't been part of my stream before, I tend to go long. We go long. We talk about a lot of concepts, and so it is totally fine if you got to drop off and catch the VOD later. There is no problem with that. And I got some pretty cool VODs on my channel of past projects that I've done. And partially, I think you might enjoy my Windows 95 screensaver that we did like last week, I think. And then we also did a Wordle clone a couple weeks ago. That was really fun. So check those out. And again, super happy to be here with you all today. Happy to see all of you on the channel. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get started. Also, a little bit about me. My name is Mayan Wolf, and I'm actually a member of the cohort. I think Rufio was in the previous cohort. I am here in this cohort with you, learning alongside you. Um, I am actually, let's see, are you in the 100 Devs cohort for the first time? Yep, I am. I am employed as a developer, as Leon said. However, I really don't have a lot of coding experience outside of SQL, which is the language that I work in for my day job. So I've really only ever had experience in SQL. My day job is, just using SQL. That's really what I do. So I'm so excited to be a part of this cohort and get experience. I'd never touched HTML, CSS, JavaScript, any other language prior to joining this cohort, and it's been so much fun. So, if you have any questions at any point during the stream about me or about, you know, what I do or anything like that, you're welcome to ask. And, or you can always send me a private message on Discord too. I'm happy to answer questions. Oh, Indifferent. Hey, what's up? Thank you so much. I really appreciate the sub. Hey, Pink Star. Good to see ya. Am I ninja level in SQL? I wouldn't say that. I've just used it for several years. I would say I'm comfortable in SQL. I wish I was a ninja. That'd be awesome. All right. Let's see what we're going to build tonight, huh? I'm pretty excited about this. We are going to build a dog generator. And yeah, hey, let's go. Have I had prior experience teaching before? I taught piano in high school to elementary school kids, but no, I really don't have any experience teaching. I just have fun talking to you guys. It's like a conversation. So excited about this because dogs. Well, yeah, darn right. So yeah, what we're building tonight is we are building a dog generator. And so what this is essentially just a page where you come in and you can choose a breed of dog that you like. So somebody give me a breed, quick, breed of dog. Chat's a little delayed. Oh my gosh, Shiba. Okay, Shiba was the first one that came in. Shiba. All right. Yay! And so what you get back is you get a picture, you get a custom name of a dog, and you get all their characteristics. So Copper is male, 5 years old, enjoys sleeping in the car and stealing dirty laundry, and dislikes carrots and doorbells. And they think they are the cat's best friend, but the cat considers them an acquaintance at best. Oh, hey, Mayne. Good to see you. When will they make a labradoodle that's just all doodle? Well, I actually have a standard poodle, so that's a labradoodle that's all doodle. Copper is a good doggo, yes. Yeah, and so let's choose another breed. Let's choose. Okay, so I'm going back to the ones that I've already. Let's do like a mastiff. Those are cool looking dogs. All right, mastiff. All right. So this is Maximus. Oh, that's a good name for a mastiff. Yeah. Maximus is male, 8 years old, likes chasing squirrels and digging holes in the flower bed, dislikes not being included and doorbells, and chooses whether to listen to you on a case by case basis. And I got a little typo there. We'll fix that later. Yeah. So essentially, what we're going to do is this generator is going to, for each breed that we choose, it'll generate a random picture, random name, and random characteristics each time. Check in. I don't have a check in. This is so fast. Well, yeah. So and how we're doing this too is Um, Raffle. Well, it's interesting that you bring that up, Charlie Gunthers, because we are going to have a raffle later on. Leon has generously offered to let me raffle off a couple shirts. So I think we'll probably do a raffle after our first break, which will probably be around, just depending on the flow, it'll probably be around 7:30 or 8. Um, and yeah, Leon hooked me up. Yeah, Leon's so great. Yep, yep. And so, yeah, we'll do a raffle, and then we'll probably do another raffle a little bit even later in the stream. Yeah, yeah, awesome. Okay, relatable dislikes not being included in doorbells. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. Exactly. All right, so how do we even do this, right? How do we make something like this? And so what we're doing here essentially is that we are making calls to an API. Um, and so there's a bunch of breeds. Oh, sorry. My dog just drug my laptop off my table by the cord. Oh yeah, we're all fine. It's okay. Sorry about the noise. My dog got tangled up in the charger cable for my laptop and dragged it right off the table. But hey, that's why we love solid state drives, right? If this would have happened back in the old days with a regular laptop hard drive, um, I would have been hosed. But instead, we're still trucking along. What kind of dog? Standard poodle. Yeah. Okay, so anyway, what are we doing? How are we doing this? Because there's a ton of breeds in this list, right? We've got a ton of breeds here. So there's no way that this page could be this responsive if I had, if I had a jillion photos stored up and, was calling each one of them, and had them all in a local folder. Like there's no way that this could be so responsive. But instead, what we're doing is we're making repeated calls to an API. And that API is hosting all of those images for us. So each time we choose a breed, it makes a call to the API and brings back that information. And then all the Doggo characteristics, like the name and all those characteristics, those are actually in the code, and we'll get to that in a little bit. Those are being stored in an object, which is referencing arrays to get the random content. Yeah, Doggo was attempted to do a hard reset. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Rubel. Just turn the volume up and then crash. Bam. Yeah, I know. He just got mixed up in the cord. And actually, also, I just noticed that he unplugged the power cable. So it's like so my laptop's on battery right now. So I'm gonna get up just a second and I'm gonna plug that back in. Otherwise, y'all would be getting a fun look at my low battery notification in about an hour or so. So all right. So any questions before we get started? Oh yeah, well I'm probably gonna have a lot of new followers sounds here. Let me see if I can mute. I'm gonna mute alerts for now. Hang on. 2 seconds. Edit alerts. We're gonna see if we can edit alert sound is gonna be muted. Close and save. All right. Oh my gosh, indifferent. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Thank you. That's so nice of you. Wow. Thank you so much. Hey, welcome to all those first time folks. Yeah, for those of you who are just joining us, we had about like 70 or more people join us. Oh, thanks, Rascal. Thank you for getting out the sub. We had about 70 or so people join us in the last few minutes here. So I imagine Leon probably just tweeted something out. Yeah. So what are we working on today? Indeed. We are working on a random dog generator. Yes. Yes, welcome, welcome. We are doing a random dog generator. And so what do you do in this? You pick your breed. So somebody give me a breed. We'll do this again. And I'm about to get flooded. Lab. All right, lab is the first one that I saw. Labrador. There we go. All right. And what it gives you is it gives you a cute doggo picture. It gives that dog a name. It gives them all their characteristics. So Addie is female. She is 1 year old. She likes stealing socks and squeaky toys. She dislikes suitcases and eating alone. And she ate an entire cake at a birthday party before anyone noticed. And I want to shout out my Twitter followers for giving me a large number of the characteristics on this list. I requested that earlier today. I said, hey, give me some of your dog's likes and dislikes and a fun fact about them. And so they gave me a whole bunch of these characteristics. So much appreciated, folks. All right, so let's do one more. I'm just going to pick a random one here. We'll do Rottweiler. Yeah, this is Libby. She's female, age 6, likes sitting on your lap and going to bed after midnight. And again, also dislikes doorbells and suitcases and understands more words than you think. I did. I used Twitter like an API for dog traits. Yeah, kind of manually, but it still works. How about the dog icons above the photo? How does that get generated? That's me remembering that you can use emojis directly in your HTML. That was just me going like, oh yeah, I can use emoji in my HTML. So darn right I'm going to use it. Exactly, Rascal. It's exactly that emoji. Yeah. But yeah, and for those of you who just joined, there's an API called Dog CEO. You can Google it. It's Dog CEO, and it generates dog photos based on breed. And so that's what we're doing here. And then we're getting the characteristics from several arrays that I have stored inside of an object in the code. Same with the name. Also, I got a list of names from an online sort of database of names of dog names, and that's being selected randomly and stored in an array. All right, so I think wow, we're getting quite a few folks in the room here. Good to see you all. Thanks for coming. The number of emojis is the same for all the photos. You can make it dynamic if you wanted to. I just wanted to use some emojis. Oh, hydrate. Thank you. Actually, I just noticed it looks like my some of my alerts are firing, some are not. We got a lot of folks in here. That's all right. Hope I haven't missed any other channel point redemptions. Oh, stretch. I missed a stretch. All right, stretched. Thank you. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get started. I think the room is filling up, so I appreciate you coming, and we are going to be randomizing some stuff. Do they offer for cats? Well, there is Place Kitten. I don't know if you guys remember that. We used Place Kitten back in the old CSS days. So, oh, Melody, thank you for subscribing, Melody. Oh my gosh, I appreciate you. Choose your breed reminds me of Mortal Kombat. But yeah, so if you want to build a cat version of this, I would say you could use Place Kitten. I'm sure there's other generators out there. All right. So many new folks. Would you like us to code along? You are welcome to code along. Absolutely. Yeah. You can pay, or you can just sit and pay attention. I don't care. Either way. It's up to you. Oh, a snake version. Yeah, a reptile version would be really cool. So yeah, whatever version you want to. Oh my gosh, Melody. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Ready, steady, go. Let's get coding. All right. Hype train. Thank you. Oh my gosh, we're already at level 3. You guys are crazy. Okay, so this will be a great exercise too, because we get to practice not only JavaScript, but also HTML and CSS. So, do you guys remember how to do HTML and CSS? if you're like me, your past few projects might have mostly been in JavaScript, and you might have gone back to CSS and gone, I don't remember how to do this. But some of you might be, yeah, some of you might be, HTML, CSS experts, but I've been focusing pretty heavily on JavaScript. So this will be good. This is good. It's good practice. It was great practice for me. So yeah, so this should be a good exercise. I had to touch CSS yesterday for the first time in a while. My achy cards come up are like, whoa, yeah, exactly. All right, so here we go. We want to, essentially what the kind of layout that we want is we want essentially like a top header that says Doggo viewer. Then we want our little space for the name, right? And then we want one column on the left for our breed and photo picker, and then one column on the right for all the characteristics. And Kohal says, for the people asking about other animal APIs, there's a GitHub repo called Public APIs that lists tons of different public APIs with a whole animal section. Oh my goodness, yeah, check that out. Oh my gosh. Okay, so you suggested a poll. Okay. Let me see if I remember how to do that. All right. Hang on. We'll get a poll going here. Let's see. Manage poll. Create new poll. All right. Cats or dogs was the question. And we're going to have it go for 2 minutes. And I'm going to keep talking while we do it. But here, poll's going. Oh, you got click on the poll to participate. Click on the poll to participate. It should be the top of your chat window. All right. It's going. Oh, okay. I stretched. All right. Well, while that's going, I'm going to keep talking. Okay. So what we want is we want a header with our information up top. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to put a header in. Header. And in that, we're going to have an H1 for our Doggo viewer. And underneath that, we're going to go ahead and put a span for the dog's name. It could be an H2 if we wanted. I'm going to give that span an ID. So that way we can reference it later in our code and we can refer to it directly. So I'm going to call my span ID dog name. Oh, okay, let's see the poll results. Oh, it's not quite done yet, but oh boy. Ah, there is a clear favorite so far. I'm kind of curious to see how this goes. There is a favorite. Oh, hydrate. Okay. Y'all better get in there. It is recorded. Yep. It'll be on my Twitch channel. You'll be able to watch it for 60 days and then I'll move it to YouTube. Okay, let's see how much. Oh, poll is ending. A few more seconds. Get in there and vote. Get in there. Get in there. Oh boy. Okay, poll has ended. Dogs won with 65% of the vote, coming in hot. You're not too late, Adrenaline. Animals, yeah. Yep, dogs won with 65% of the vote. Awesome poll idea. Awesome poll idea. Okay, well, hey, I guess this was the right choice then to make a dog generator tonight. Okay, so inside of our span, we're going to have a default value. So I just want to show you guys what happens when you first load the page in. So let's just reload this real quick. So by default, we have our wonderful placeholder who is named Dougie, the default corgi. So that's what we're going to have as our default text inside of our header. And that'll just help us, as we're building the page, having something in there will help us get our layout correctly, or get our layout correct and looking good. So that way, once we start populating the stuff dynamically, we know it'll look right. What's my YouTube handle? My YouTube handle is, what is it? Well, I actually don't remember my YouTube name. That's weird. I will make sure to post in Discord and on Twitch once I start moving videos to YouTube. I haven't really done that yet. I'll post once I start moving them to YouTube, I'll post direct links in the House Hamilton and Women in Tech threads. They're pinned in the channel. So all you got to do is go to House Hamilton or Women in Tech, go to the top, click on the threads, find the one called Mayan Wolf Streams, and just go in there. And literally all of my past streams are in there. He dislikes entropy. Yep, he does. He doesn't like the slow decay of the universe. Yeah, indeed. Okay, so we want to have some default information in there is all. So we're going to call him Dougie the default corgi. And so that's what's going to be inside of our span. And then that's the only information we want in our header. And after that, we're going to start building out the body. Now, some of you folks, if you're familiar with past streams, you might recall how I kind of like to build my pages. I like to build my pages by wrapping everything in sections and putting them sort of together in building blocks, right? So you want to make nice containers for all of your content. And that really helps you with your layout and helps you make sure that you get everything in the right place and things aren't allowed to wander all over the page. So that is what we're going to do here. Can it be Dougie the default doggo? Sure, why not? Okay. He's Dougie the default doggo. Perfect. Right. Okay, so anyway, I like you wrapping everything in sections, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to have a big section that's going to hold all of our body sort of content. You could use a body tag if you wanted. That's totally up to you. I just like to use sections when I'm doing layouts. It just helps me rough everything out more quickly. So we're going to have a section. It's going to have a class equals section container. And inside of that, again, we're going to put all of our content. So I want to have two columns, right? So I'm going to have two columns called column class equals column, and another one. Basically, we're going to have two columns. And inside of that, I'm going to have several more sections called was that Catra I saw? Yes, it was. You are correct. My desktop background is Catra from She-Ra. Amazing show. Check it out if you haven't already. It's on Netflix. Div gang rise up. Hey, you can use divs if you really want to. It's all you. All right, and so inside of that, I'm going to have additional sections that are then going to hold the actual content. The columns are really just buckets, right? To kind of force those two big, I like to put things in buckets, right? So those are the big buckets. Then we're going to have the columns are the big buckets for the left and right, and then inside of that, we're going to have the content. So inside of that, we're going to have additional sections with a class of item. Now, we're not getting too specific here just yet. Again, these are just buckets, right? So inside of that, we're going to have one for, and this is we're looking at the left side column here. So this is going to be the bucket that's going to hold our breed drop down, and then we're going to have another one that's going to hold our image. And then on the right side, that's really all we need for the left side. I think I just hit, oh my gosh, I hit 1,000 followers. Holy cannoli. That's awesome. Thank you. KB asks, why don't you use Emmet? I've heard of Emmet before. Don't know what it is. Never used it before. I'm kind of, if that's something to help you do HTML faster, well, I'll have to figure that out then. Oh, 1001. Thank you so much. Oh, wow. You guys are awesome. I love you. All right. So on the right side, this is where we're going to have all of our characteristics, right? So we're going to have, let's start with just pasting a couple more buckets, and then we're going to fill them in with content. I don't actually remember how many I need for this side. Let's see. I think I need Doggo characters. Yeah, I only need 2. So this is really, these are all of our buckets. And then we can start putting some content inside of the buckets. Oh, some of your regimes stretch. Okay, I stretched. Can we be the 1001 Dalmatians? If you want to be. Oh, makes it, okay, and it makes HTML 10 times faster. Ooh, yes. Why is column in single quotes and not double? Because I am not very consistent with my use of quotations. You will see that. I am extremely. Oh, you're in. Yeah, congratulations, Ms. Rowe. You're the 1001. 1001th? Is that a word? 1001th follower? Uh, if it's a yes. I love that review. Um, thank you for all the follows, guys. Okay, so let's start putting content in our buckets so that we can fill up our buckets with stuff, because that's what you do with buckets. All right. So inside of our first thing on the left that we want, let's just look at this again. So the first thing that we want on the left is really, we want our little choose your breed message. We want the drop down. And the emojis, and then below that we'll have the image. And I don't remember which bucket I have the emojis in, but we'll figure it out. The emojis can be wherever they want. So span is going to be choose your breed. I'm going to put that in there, and then actually it looks like I have everything else kind of. Oh yeah, that's right, because I'll need one more item bucket. Yeah, so that the span's in its own bucket. It doesn't really matter. You can do it however you want. Organize it however you want. I just like having more buckets rather than fewer. And and people, it looks like people are sharing some wonderful shortcuts. I will I'll go back and review those definitely. Same here with not consistent on quotations. I set single quotes as a default on Prettier. Yeah, yeah. I do think single quotes look better. Honestly, I have a muscle memory for double quotes most of the time, but you'll see me be very inconsistent. Oh, okay, stretched again. Oh my goodness, you guys are going to be like, I'm going to be so stretched out. Okay. And so under the next one, we're gonna have our little breed drop down. So what tag would I use if I want to make a drop down box? Does anybody know? What tag would I use to make a drop down? Yeah, web dev select, exactly. Yeah, we can use a select tag to make a drop down box. And inside of that select tag, we can give it a default option. And that's what I want. I want there to be a default option that tells people what they're supposed to do. Oh, Leon, thank you so much for the bits. Much appreciated. All right, so inside of there, we're going to put an option, and we're going to give it a value of just. It doesn't really matter what we call it. We're not going to reference this value later. We're just going to call it starter. And then we're going to give it also the property of selected, which means it will show up first. And inside of that, we're just going to put some default text, and we're just going to say select or pick me, select me, something like that, whatever. And so that's why that will show up by default in our HTML. And so that's what it tells the user what to do essentially. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Lady Naslia. Thank you for the bits. And thank you everyone for the hype train as well. Legalize Ranch. Yeah, so that's going to be our drop down. And then below that, below our drop down, we're going to have our image container. So we're going to have essentially the place where our image is going to go, right? And we're also going to put a placeholder image in there because that's going to help with our layout. So in that, we're going to have a section of, and we're going to give it a class of image container. Image container. And now, honestly, I have another section in here. I have another nested section, but I don't remember if I'm using it or not. So I guess we'll figure it out. We're going to have it in there for now. I had several iterations of this, so this might just be superfluous. But and this is going to have, we're going to have another nested section. It's going to have a class of container. I don't remember if I need it, but we're winging it. It's all good. All right. And inside of this, we're going to put our emojis. First off, most importantly, I know, too many sections, right? Would you ever suggest to use div, or what's your opinion on it? So my opinion on div is really that I do use it sometimes. It's good for stylistic stuff, and it actually might be good for like this container. This might be a good use of div. It's less of like a structural component of the page and more of like a stylistic thing. So for example, like for this little emoji bucket, I could use div. There's nothing wrong with that. And I don't know the emoji code, so we're just going to pop those right in there. Emojis straight in the HTML, gotta love it. And then we're going to put our image, and that's going to go directly below it. And for that, yeah, you personally use div for styling, exactly. Yep. So for that, we're going to use something called Place Corgi. So go ahead and go, if you want, go ahead and go to placecorgi.com, and that will show you how you can get random corgi images. Now that's specifically for corgis. It's not for all dogs, but that's what we're going to use for our placeholder. Hey, Silent, good to see ya. Oh, Junebug, what was the question there? What's a doggo generator? Oh, yeah. Doggo is just dogs. It's one of those internet speak type things. Yeah. Yeah, mental. I mean, there's all sorts of semantic arguments that you can make one way or the other. Sections are a little newer, so there's maybe less of a conversation around when they should and shouldn't be used. Leon has been using a lot of sections, and so that's what I'm using. But again, there doesn't seem like there's any wrong or right answer to it. Yeah, divs can be within sections. Sure, exactly. Yep, lots of good opinions out there. So for our image, we're going to put the source as placecorgi.com. And let's just do this. Source is placecorgi.com. We're going to give it a class of dog image. Look at me using single quotes again. I'm a rebel. And then we're going to give it an alt because accessibility is good. Cute corgi for the home page. Got to be accessible for our screen reader friends. And we'll close the image tag. And we'll make sure that we've closed our sections. Yep. Like I say, I think I probably have too many sections there, but that's okay. We'll get rid of them later if we don't need them. A rebel without a cause. Yeah, I'm more like a rebel without quotes. Yeah. Sometimes single, sometimes double, throwing it around. You think, oh my gosh, you crashed Place Grogy. Whoops. Sorry. Wait, where do we get the doggos from? Well, we're going to get the doggos, the actual dogs that we're going to generate. We're going to get those from an API. Just this placeholder image we're just getting from Place Corgi. That's just a quick place to get it, and I want a corgi. That's what I want. But for our actual page, for our actual dog generator, we're going to use the Dog CEO API. So you're welcome to look that up. Just maybe don't crash it. We kind of need that. But I don't know. It seems hopefully it's a little bit more robust than Place Corgi. Whoops. Yeah, Dog CEO is what it's called. And I looked at a lot of different APIs thinking about this project, but a lot of APIs, well, I shouldn't say a lot, but several APIs have call limits. So like you can only make calls to them, a few times an hour. And when I was testing, I needed to make multiple calls a lot. So Dog CEO seemed like one where I could make as many calls as I wanted. It's back. Oh, good. My code is so clean. I don't know that anybody's ever said that about my code before. Thank you. I am definitely a baddie writing bad code up in here. All right. So now we have moved on to the second column. And in that column, we are going to be doing the characteristics. So we are, or APIs have, they want you to pay, or they have all sorts of restrictions. Dog CEO is just like, yeah, sure, whatever. You can have some dogs. Come get your dogs. So inside of our auto, we're going to have our header. I'm just going to put that as a span. This should probably be like an H2 or something, but hey, we're rebels. Doggo characteristics. And we'll see how this looks in a minute. And then under that, we're going to have our actual list of characteristics. Dogs are for the people. Yeah. Yeah, and Rascal says many APIs require authentication or API keys, something we haven't learned yet. Exactly. Plus, many have rate limits. So these super free APIs are super accessible to us newbies, right? Yeah, it's not like we need very much robust data. We just need to learn how to talk to an API, and then how to interpret the results that we get back. So under that, we're going to have a list. And for my LIs, I'm just going to have all the various characteristics. So these are going to be hard coded because they're defaults. First ID is just going to be MF for male or female. And then hard coding this stuff just because we want that to always populate when the page first loads. Oh yeah, and thank you for sharing the UTF-8 emoji reference. That's much appreciated. So that way you can use whatever emojis you want in your version. Yeah, get you some emojis and put them in your HTML. Yeah, there's all, if you're bringing APIs and keys into it, there's environment variables, and yeah, exactly. Yeah, be a baddie. Put emojis in your code. Make an emoji your class name. Give something an ID that's an emoji. Just do it. Leon's probably putting his face in his hands somewhere. Sorry, Leon. All right, so next one is going to be age. And age is going to be 2. Yeah, that's right. You heard me. Use emojis as your IDs for your HTML tags. Oh, rascal. Oh my gosh. There are a certain subset of emojis you can use for JavaScript variable names. Hot dang. Yes. I love it. Do it. Make your code as bad as possible. All right, so placeholder corgi, Dougie likes ham and string cheese, and list D equal, let's see, dislikes. All right, dislikes, bats, and entropy. I'm actually just going to copy and paste this because I'm a pretty slow typer. So, all right. And then the last one is the fun fact. This would be a great generator for animals at a shelter. Exactly. And that's kind of what I was thinking, is that if you can, you can do something like this where you, and it depends on how many animals are at the shelter, but there is an API. So I will say, when I was looking at APIs, there is a shelter animal API out there. I wish I could remember what it's called. Alt Z. Yeah, thank you. I forget that keyboard shortcut. That's something else on my computer. Whoopsie. Well, I do know I can enable word wrap here. Yeah, it brings up it. It's hotkeyed to something else on my computer, but yeah, there is a shelter animal API out there. So if that's something that interests you, I mean, that could be a potential maybe for a 100 hours project, is building a shelter site of some kind. But yeah, there's definitely an API out there that will deliver shelter animals or rescue animals available in certain areas. I hit Alt Z. It on my screen it brought up something to do with my graphics card, so that's okay. Um, all right, so that is the end of that, and I think that's all of our HTML. Yeah, and I have an extra bucket here. We don't need that. Okay, so that's the really boring stuff out of the way. We'll save this and let's just take a look at it. Just get our bearings here. Yeah. There he is. There's Dougie. Yeah, and so we can see that select box has popped up, right? And it's got our default value in there by default. And obviously there's no other values in there right now, but we're going to be adding some here very shortly. And we're going to be adding them directly from the API. This is not like we have to store an array of all these breeds. We're going to get those breeds back from the API as a response. We're going to parse them into we're going to turn them from an object into an array, or from JSON into an array, and then we're going to add that array directly to our list of available breeds. Mine was in a lobster costume. Yeah, that's another one of the default images. It's so cute. I love it. Okay, so let's do some quick styling on this. And get over here. Oh, stretch. Okay. Your image link is broken. Uh-oh. Maybe Place Corgi crashed again. I don't know. Okay, so I'm just going to put in some basic HTML styling first, and then we'll get into the actual sort of structural stuff. And again, if you guys have seen my streams before, you know I like to put borders around everything while I'm building, because the borders help us see where our buckets are physically in the layout, and it helps us know if anything is misbehaving. Will the VOD be available after the stream? Yep, you can catch it on my Twitch channel. Just go to the homepage, and all my older videos are there. And my even older videos from before I was on Twitch, way back in the Discord channel days, back when Rascal2 and Miss Mar had to record the videos for me. Those are available in threads at the top of House Hamilton and Women in Tech. Just go to the top of those channels. There's a little hashtag symbol. Click on those. Choose the thread called Mayan Wolf Streams. And I have a lot of old streams there that are pre-Twitch, but are still very helpful for a lot of folks. Way back. Some of y'all have been there since the very beginning. All right, so HTML, very simple. I just set my font size. I want it to be nice and big so y'all can see it. Set my font family. I don't know. I just picked something that looked good. And I set a background color, just a cool little gradient there. You have them all saved in your watch list. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. All right, header. So we're going to set the header. And oops. Yeah. All right, header is just going to give that a little bit of a margin, bottom margin, just so that it pushes. Remember, the two items that we have in our header are the dog name and the page title. And we're also going to align that center. So we're going to text align center on that, on both of those items that are in the header. And remember, our selector box, we're going to style that a little bit. Our selector box is the drop down, and as the same with like input forms and really anything like buttons and that kind of thing, you have to style those separately from the main from the main elements. So like if you size your text for the rest of the page, you have to size it again for things like buttons and forms, and because they have default styling that you have to overwrite. My old ones are on YouTube, my very old ones that before I was on Twitch. You can go to, so go to House Hamilton. Feel free to do it right now. You can go to House Hamilton at the top of the channel, House Hamilton channel. So like go into the channel. At the top, you'll see like a hashtag symbol. Click on that. It's the thread button. And there should be a thread that says Mayan Wolf Streams. Go in there, scroll all the way to the top, like to the first post, and that'll have a whole big list of YouTube links for you. Yeah, and don't share. Yeah, please don't share those YouTube links externally. Those were recorded back on Discord voice channels, and there are folks' voices in some of those videos that may not have consented to that. So we just want to protect those folks' privacy. So you can feel free to add them to your own watch list. Just, be, keep them for your own education. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Miss Mar, for providing the instructions there on how to do that. And also Miss Mar and Roscoe too. They are the OG. They are so great. They recorded, between the two of them, they recorded all of my original videos before I was on Twitch, and and now they're recorded automatically. So can't thank them enough. All right, so our selector, we're going to set a font size of 1.1 rem for that. And so that should, let's just see how this looks. We're just going to check back periodically. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. We've got a nice background, sunny yellow background. We've got some bigger fonts. We've got our nice centered header. Oh, and also too, I'm going to put some borders on there. And our select box looks much bigger and easier to see now. So we're getting there. And also too, for the header, I'm going to put a border on there. 2 pixels. We're going to do solid green for that. Okay. Boop. Yeah, there we go. This is like super review. Exactly. That's kind of the point. That's what I'm going for here. We're doing a super review. Yep, I save my videos. They're on Twitch. You can catch the VOD if you can't stay for the whole one this time. Thanks, Miss Mar. Okay, so next thing we're going to style is we're going to style our section container. Now, pop quiz. If I want to style, so all these are styling directly on the tags, right? What do I say if I want to style a class? How would I say that in my CSS? What would I say if I want to style a class? Dot notation. Yes. All right. So I say section container. Yep. Yeah, and I too, the rem in this case is based off the default. I didn't do any of the downsizing, the default styling that we do sometimes. It's not really important enough for this page, I didn't think. But so yeah, whatever the default is, which I believe somebody said was 18. And so now we start to get a little flexible. Yeah, we're gonna do some flexing. We're gonna be flexosauruses tonight. I know y'all want to be flexosauruses sometimes. Or 16, yeah. Yeah, 16, you're right. 16 pixels is the default, yep. And so you can downsize that by setting your font size to 62.5%, which brings it down to 10 pixels and makes your rems easier to calculate. So that's something you can do as well. All right, so we are going to get flexible here, and we are going to use flex. I'm sure some folks will say, well, why don't you use grid? That's because we haven't learned grid yet, and I don't know how to use it. So you get flex. You got frustrated with flex day one and reverted to floats. Well, I think like with most things, it's just because we don't have a lot of experience with it, right? We did so much with floats, right? We did so much. We spent so much time on it, and all of a sudden, trying to switch to flex, it can be a little rough. So that's why we're using it tonight. Okay, so display is going to be flex, and our flex direction. So we have 2 choices when we set flex direction. Our flex direction can be either row or column. Okay, and so let's look at our layout again. Let's look at the layout of the finished page. So here I have kind of 2 blocks next to each other, right? And if you remember, I had 2 tags called columns, right? So I had 2 columns, okay? And those 2 columns are gonna have a bunch of stuff in them, but just forget that for now. If I want a 2-column layout, what should my flex direction be? Hey, say Juan, you actually don't have to use grid for the calculator. If you watch my Twitch VOD, I used flex. So if you want to see how to use flex for the calculator, check out my Twitch VOD. Show you. Yeah, y'all got it. Y'all got it. Yes, exactly. We want to use flex row. Now, why? Why? Let's do it, and then I'll show you why. It'll be much more clear once we do this. So flex direction is gonna be row. And so let's save this and let's look at it now. Yes. Okay. So now we are looking much better. And I'm going to put borders around this. Hang on. Border is going to be 2 pixels solid blue. All right. Save that. Look at it again. Yeah. So section action, and actually I want my borders around the column. Sorry. Hang on. Column. We're not gonna do any other formatting just yet. We're just gonna say 2 pixels solid green for that. So there. Yeah. Okay. So the reason we did flex row was because we want our columns to be next to each other. So when we tell it to flex in a certain direction, row is going to go across. It's going to go horizontally from left to right. And so we wanted our columns to be next to each other with the first column on the left and the second column on the right. So that went from left to right next to each other. They're on the same row. Now, let's see what would happen if we did flex direction column. Okay. Let's do that. See? What it does when you do that is it stacks them on top of each other. It stacks them vertically. Row definitely stack mine below. Do you have them in a like do you have them do you have containers around your items? Do you have sections called column that contain your items? Yeah, and row is the default, right? Yeah. But in this case I want to be explicit because I want to be very clear about what is actually happening here. Yeah, put it in Anki. Yep. In other words, you want the columns to show up in a row. Yeah, and that's the confusing part, right? Is that we have 2 columns, and so your knee-jerk reaction is flex column. But no, if you want them next to each other, that you want them on the same row on the page, and so they should be flex direction row. Yep. All right. So better. Okay. Yeah, and section container is the flex parent. Exactly. So we set our display flex on our section container, and we set the flex characteristics on the parent as well. I thought we need, what was the question? I thought we need a side also. Nope. We don't need to use a side. Actually, I don't know that I have ever used a side. I mean, honestly, I would really only use that for ads. Like if I had an ad or I don't know, an important notification that I wanted on my page. I don't know that I can't think of any other reason I would use it, to be real. And so section container. I also want to put some padding in my container to sort of push the items toward the center, but I also want the items to have the ability to kind of shift around. So I mean, you could do this by like um, justifying right for the left column and left for the right column, but I'm just going to use padding. That's kind of my cop out is I just use padding. So I'm going to put padding left and padding right on my container to kind of shove the contents toward the middle. Yeah, and so what this is doing is it's really just shoving things in a little bit, makes it look a little easier to see. Gut grinder, I'm not really sure what to tell you there. You could try maybe if you have a really small screen. Well, no, it shouldn't do that. It should really try to flex to row if at all possible. You could try reducing your font size maybe. I don't know if that would help. Oh, VW. Some of you guys are asking. Oh yes, I love to talk about VH and VW. This is if you haven't used these before, these are really great units to use, and I'll tell you why. So VH and VW stand for vertical height and view height and view width. And what that means is it looks at essentially it looks at the available space in your window. So right now I'm on a fairly large monitor, not massive, but a decent size. And so what it does is it takes whatever units you're applying, so in this case 10, takes that as a percentage of the width of your current viewport. So every time I reload the page, it measures the viewport and it says, this is how much space is available. And so it takes that as a percentage of the viewport. So if I was on a phone, this distance would be much smaller, right? Because the phone is much less wide, or and much less tall, right? So it adapts to the space that you have available. Yeah. Mhm. Yep, viewport. Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely good to use for responsiveness. Well, yeah, exactly. So if you want your distances between objects to literally change as your user opens it on a different device, you can use VH and VW to be dynamic to the size of the screen that you're on. So look them up on the MDN, and these are way better to use than say pixels. If you want it, like pixels are great if you want something like a button that's always going to stay the same size no matter what screen you're on, right? You don't want that to change size with the screen. But if you have, say, something like a like padding, right? You want that to shrink if the screen shrinks. And so you can use VW to facilitate that. Exactly. Yeah, and it is important to note that VW would also include the width of your scroll bar. So that in some cases, if you have enough content on the screen, it could cause a little bit of a horizontal scroll. Exactly. Yep. Um, how's that different than um, how's it different than just using percentages? Well, there's an important consideration there. So if you're nesting items like we're doing here, percentages, if you have it set to box sizing inherit, percentages will inherit the height and width from whatever their parent is. So in this case, the green box here would inherit the height of the parent. So the blue box. So it would see the parent blue box as 100% height. Whereas viewport height, viewport width, I'll always only look at the total height and width of the entire viewport. So it could depend on whichever one you find appropriate to use in that point. Yep. Exactly. And yeah, Drainolern. They explained it as well. It can be used, yeah, and it takes, yeah, percentage looks at the parent, the container, the whatever you have the current element inside. Whereas VHVW always look at the total viewport. Yeah, and so we'll go back to the HTML here and just kind of reorient ourselves with what we have here. So we have a big section that's holding, so we have a header, right? We have a couple things in the header. We have our H1, we have our span. And then below that, we have a big bucket for everything that comes below the picture and the characteristics. And then inside of that, we have two columns. So two sections that are called column. And yeah, so we have two columns, and then inside of that, we place all of the items. So essentially, we have our big blue bucket. That's our big container, right? The big blue bucket is our big container. And then inside of that, the two smaller green buckets are our two columns. And then we have all the items inside of there. Mm-hmm. Oh, good. Long humans. I'm glad that helped you. Yeah. I think it's really important to know the difference between those two. They both have their uses, but it's very important to understand the difference. Okay, so next, this is looking better all the time, right? So we were styling the container. We're done styling the container. The column, see. And one thing too, for the person that was having trouble with getting with their columns stacking, one thing you could try, I mean, you could try putting a min height on there of 100 VH if you wanted. I mean, I don't know if that would help you. We don't, and two, I'm not even sure if I need this, but let's just see if it does anything. I'm going to put a flex value of 1 on the column. I don't know if that's going to do anything. We'll see. Did that change? Hang on, I'm going to go back. Oops, hang on. See it again. Okay, it did a little bit. So it just made it a little bit more even. So when we apply that flex basis or that flex grow, it just evened out the columns a little bit. Couldn't remember why I put it on there. Whoops. Hang on. Flex 1. I like it how that looks better. Yeah. Yeah, change to equal width, exactly. And so what we did there is essentially we just used what that 1 means is if we hover over this, we can see the syntax for the flex property, and we use that first parameter there, which is flex grow, and so that forces whatever item we assign that to, it forces it to take up exactly 1 equal space on the row. So that makes both of our columns have an equal amount of space on the row. How do you determine between flex 1 and different numbers? Well, if you want to if you want a column to say, let's say we had 3 columns here, and you wanted one of your columns to be twice as large, twice as wide as the other 2, you could give that one column a flex value of 2, and that would make it take up 2 spaces on the row, and give the other 2 columns a flex value of 1. That would make them take up only 1 space. So the big column would be twice the width of the 2 smaller columns. So try that. You can try that a little bit. Like go back to one of the earlier layouts that we did with floats, like the 3-column layout that we did with floats, and apply a flex value of 2 to one of the columns and a flex value of 1 and 1 to the other 2, and you'll see that they'll change size. I think MDN actually has some really good flex layouts that you can just play around with by changing those flex volumes, or sorry, changing those flex values, and seeing what happens when you do. Yeah, and you can also do space evenly. I feel like this is much faster, just applying this one flex value rather than having to type all that out. But hey, that's up to you. Whichever makes more sense to you. All right, so we've formatted our columns. Select me is huge. Yeah. Yeah, you can make it depends on your screen size, right? Like, depends on, a lot of factors, how stuff will look on your screen. So you can always change the sizes as needed. We're just eyeballing this, right? We're just throwing spaghetti at the wall. That's what we do. We throw spaghetti at the wall and we see what sticks. All right, so image. For the images, I've noticed that some of the stuff that you get back from this API can be pretty huge. Like the images can either be like thumbnail sized or they can be huge. And so we're going to control that by we're going to set a max width so that our images don't try to overflow our page. And the max width, I mean, we can set it to whatever we want, like 900 pixels. And we're also going to set a max height as well. Max height, we'll set that to a little shorter, 700 pixels. But it can be whatever you want. Why do we use a period on some selectors but not others? Yeah, good question. So in this case, for things like select and header, we are directly referencing HTML tags. So if we go back here, we can see that header is a tag, right? And where's my selector? Yes, my selector is right here. So, right. And so with this, we're directly referencing the name of a tag. Now, when we use that dot, we're referencing a class. So not a not all section. I don't want to touch all sections in the HTML. I only want to touch the one with the class of section container. And so for that, we use the dot notation to do that, to target that class. On images, is it okay to use? Yeah, you can use percentages or, in this case, I just use pixels because I'm not really resizing this. And I was just being, honestly, I was just being quick. But yeah, you could use VHVW, you could use percentages, whatever units you want to use. Yep. In this case, too, I'm not setting a hard width and height. To be clear, I'm not specifying the image width and height here. I am specifying the max width and height here. Okay. So I'm saying this is the maximum limit for how large and how tall my image can be. So it's basically, I'm just setting a barrier for it. So it can't get any bigger than that. It can be as small as you want. It'll be as small as it comes in from the API. Some of them are only like 100 pixels by 100 pixels. But in this case, we're just setting a little bit of a fence for the image. And in this case, we don't even need to use aspect ratio, right? Because if it hits the width, but it's shorter than the height, it doesn't matter. It's going to fence it in by width. So we're not sizing the image at all here. We're just giving it a limit in either direction independently. So none of my images are, this isn't going to distort. It's not going to distort any of my images. None of them are going to be the wrong size. It's just giving them a maximum capacity. Oh, and thank you. Rita Code just provided a wonderful little reference there for the types of CSS like selectors that you can use and what they mean. So, yeah, thank you, Rita. All right, so the next thing we're going to style, we're almost done. We're going to style our spans, and that's really, I just want them to be like our spans that are basically like they're like the dog name and stuff like that. So we're going to set a font weight of bold, and I want them to be underlined. So if I want to underline my text, what do I do? If I want to underline text, what do I say? Pop quiz. I like to do that. Oh, thanks for the stretch. While you guys are answering my question, I'm stretching. Okay. Yeah, text decoration. Exactly. It's easy to say, I just, like text underline or something like that, but nope, it's text decoration. That's what we use. Text decoration, underline. Uh-huh. Yeah, y'all got it. It's coming back. You gotta pull it out of the depths of your brain, right? And also I'm increasing the font size just a little bit. Oh my gosh, hydrate. Okay, got it. Got a nice cup of tea here. It's kind of cold now, but who cares? Tea is still good. All right. I should get some tips from Leon on how to keep tea hot for an entire stream. I'm sure he's got some like ingenious like cup warmer or something, like a hot pad on his, for his mug. Probably's got his face on it or something. Awesome. Oh, another hydrate. Oh my gosh. Oh, Yeti cups. Yeah. Leon. Oh, you don't have to do that. Oh my gosh. I didn't know you're still here. Oh, man. It's coming through for us all the time. I swear. Okay. So and two, I think we're gonna finish up the CSS and then we're gonna take a break. Okay. So we're almost done with the CSS. I think that'll be a good breaking point. Then we'll come back and we will hit the JavaScript. All right. So the next thing we're gonna style is is we're gonna style the oh yeah, and also too after the break we are also gonna do a raffle. So don't let me forget. All right. So now so we just talked about this, and I hope y'all remember because now we are going to style a specific element. Um, I want to specifically, so we did some previous styling on span, right? And I gave it certain characteristics. I gave it a font weight of bold. I gave it a underlined text decoration. I gave it a font size. So we're just going to save and we're going to see how this looks. I'm just going to look at this. Okay, so it's looking even better than it did before, right? We're looking really good, but I don't like this. I want this to look different. I want this to look more like the H1. However, this is a span. Um, and I've already put a bunch of styling on the span tag. Um, but I did give this a specific ID. So if I want to reference that ID, how would I do that in my CSS? If I want to reference specifically this element and it has the ID of, let's look at it again. It has the ID of dog name. How would I reference that in my CSS? Yeah, exactly. Octothorpe. What a great word. What a great word. Twitter should have never called it the hashtag. It's an Octothorpe. Do it. All right. Bring Octothorpe. Hashtag bring Octothorpe back. All right. So yes. Yeah, exactly. I love Zaku. I love that your first time chat is just to say Octothorpe. That's a perfect thing to say for your first chat. Yeah, so this is how we can target this one specific ID and none of the other spans. I just want to target this one specifically. I'm just going to do a little bit of stuff with it. I have a text align in there. I don't think we need that. I think that's superfluous. Another great word, superfluous. Yeah, it's already aligned center. So I'm not going to text align this. I'm going to give it a font size that's bigger. I like my big fonts. Like big fonts and I cannot lie. And then I also want to get rid of the underline. So I'm going to give that a specific text decoration of none. Um, and so what that's going to do is it's going to remove the underline. It's going to make it a little bigger. Superfluous Octothorpe, indeed. Yep. Yeah. And so why this? So for those of you who may be a little less familiar with CSS, why this will work is because of the cascade, right? Because of so in this case we formatted the span, right? But this ID, any formatting we put on the ID is going to override what we did on the span. Okay, so this is going to say, oh, text decoration underline, but then, oh wait, hang on, this says the specific ID, and this text decoration of none is going to override that as well as the font size. Yeah. Specificity, indeed. CSS specificity. The ID is more specific than just targeting the HTML tag. Yeah. Oh my gosh. 1:41 a.m. Oh boy. Yeah, go to bed. Get some sleep. Go on. Go to bed. Emily asks, do I have the size of the image specified at the end of the URL? No. Well, in the case of our placeholder, yes, I have. It's just set to 500 by 500. But when we hit the API, we're just going to let it spit back whatever it gives us because for some of the breeds there's not a ton of pictures, and I think for some of the breeds, if we specified a size, you wouldn't get anything back because there's not a ton of pictures for every single breed. So that's why we created these fences of the max width and max height. So that just forces, if there is a really large image, it's going to force it into a decent enough size. Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought you were asking. I'm like, yeah. Okay. And the last thing we're going to do is so let's save this again. Let's look at it now. Okay, so this is looking decent. But the last thing that I really want to do, and actually I think I'm missing two. Hang on. I'm missing something on my section container. I want to center, well, I don't know. What do you guys think? Would it look better if if the items in both of these columns were in the center, or do you like them on the left? What do you like? You like a left align for the characteristics and for the other stuff, or you want them centered? Which one? I'm seeing centers. Center, center, center. Ooh, a little bit of dissension. I'm seeing, I think center. I think center is winning. Yeah. Well, okay. I think I kind of agree as far as like the breed and stuff like that. the characteristics might actually look better left centered. Yeah. First column center. Yeah, I kind of agree. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and we'll just give our, hang on, we'll give our first column, let's see, section, um, we gave it a class. It has a class of column. We'll give it an ID of, let's see, gosh, it's been so long since I've done both ID and class together. This is fun. All right. Left column. Yeah, do that. Well, Sullivan, we're actually going to get rid of the lines. So it's not going to look, you're not going to see that. We're going to get rid of the borders. Those are going away. Those are just for visual reference to help us with our layout. So those are going away. Don't worry. It'll look a lot better once we take those out. We won't need any extra padding. All right. So we're just going to style that. See if I do this right. Left column. Yeah. And then we'll do a, I think I should be able to do an align items on this guy. We'll see if that works. Align items center. Try it. Nope. Align items doesn't always work. Or is it justify content? I don't know. I usually just try a few until one of them works. Shadow OSC says align self. All right, sure. Nope, still doesn't like it. Okay, let's try text align, sure. I usually just try all the different options until something works. Still not totally clear. Text align center. One of them will be right. Eventually, we'll get it. There we go. That worked. Hooray! I'm happy. Oh, member of the catch-up crew and a dog walker. Oh, that's awesome. Man, dog walkers, like, people don't even know how hard you guys have to work. Like, walking like 5 or 6 dogs at once, like, jeepers. Text align work, but how does it work on an image? Man, I swear, it's magic. Text align ain't text align. It's like some kind of, I don't know, it's magic. That's just my only explanation. Oh, my screen disappeared? Oh, is it better? Yeah, it's the end of our place. I swear I didn't do anything. My stream just dropped there for a second. I did not do anything. Okay, I'm glad I'm back anyway. Thanks for letting me know. Good. Yeah, and I think this looks pretty good. Yeah, I actually kind of like this. As far as having this centered and then this being left aligned. And actually, I was originally going to get rid of the highlight. Yeah, sure. We'll go back to the HTML in just a second. I was originally going to get rid of the bullet points, but actually, I think this kind of helps like denote the list. So we're going to leave the bullets. But let's say I did want to get rid of the bullets. Let's say I did want to get rid of the bullets. How would I do that? Oh, you had to say, okay, you good now? You good now, Goka? Oh, okay, Miss Mar. Yeah, Miss Mar, we're gonna go to, yep, we'll go back to the HTML. Yep. What did you need to see, Miss Mar? Yeah, we would do list style none if you wanted to get rid of any of the list formatting like numbers or bullets or whatever. Yeah. Silence by, we did try align self, it didn't work. It's probably like some of the folks were saying it probably has to do with like display block or whatever I have, like whatever default is on the various tags. Make the bullets little collars or something. Yeah, that'd be cute. Oh, good. Okay, I'm glad you got it, Miss Mar. Awesome. Yep, list style none if you want it. I think, like I said, I think I'm going to leave the bullets actually. Okay, so I feel like our CSS is looking good. Let's take the borders off and we'll see how it looks. Oh, the last thing I want to do though, as you can see, so look at this. You see how you see how the red border box, and remember the red border box is like that's the border around our whole HTML. You can see how it doesn't, like, our background doesn't quite extend to the bottom of the screen. So I want to make my HTML box a little bit bigger so that it covers the whole screen. Um, and there's a bunch of different ways I could do that, right? So I could do height, let's try 100 VH. Yeah. So see, once I did that, now look, image tags. Okay, so the image tags are treated as inline block, hence text align works, as the image will be treated as text. Thank you very much, Draino Learn. Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate that explanation. Yeah, so they're treated as text because they're inline block. That makes sense. Yeah, folks are sharing some really great knowledge here in the chat. I really appreciate you guys. Did that over that? Yes, yeah, because we didn't set a border box property. We were really fast and loose with the CSS here, and we didn't set a border box property, so it did overflow slightly. But once we take the borders off, it'll be fine. Yeah, exactly. Once we remove the borders, the scroll bar will go because they're counting as extra for the box model because we didn't set the border box property. But that won't matter again because we're getting rid of all the borders anyway. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it went just below the fold. Exactly. Yeah, so let's get rid of that, and we should see that change. So let's get rid of our borders. I don't think we need them anymore. Again, the borders were literally just for helping us with our layout and to see where all the elements are. I highly recommend that if you are laying out a page from scratch, you put borders around all your elements, make them different colors, and keep them on until you are done, and then remove them, just like this. Okay, I don't think I deleted anything valuable there. Yeah, okay, now look, you see? There's no more scroll bar, right? The borders are gone. We are at true 100 VH. Oh, hydrate. Sorry, I missed the hydrate earlier, Floyd. I am hydrated. Yeah. Yeah, Rita, I think if you like, and that's true. Or also though, Rita, you can set the box to border box, which will then also include the borders inside the box model. Yeah. But outline, yeah, outline, you can use outline as well. I don't know, I'm just used to using borders, but again, it's a judgment call. Okay, yeah, sure, of course. I think we're done with the CSS, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna take a break. Oh, hydrating, yep. Yeah, border box border. Yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and take a break. I think we're gonna go ahead and let's come back at 8 o'clock. All right, well, 8 o'clock Eastern. So that'll be 8 minutes. So I'm gonna put 8 minutes on the timer. It's just a nice round number. And when we get back, I'm gonna go feed my dogs. Go do what you need to do. And when we come back, we'll do a raffle for some swag generously provided by Leon. All right, 8 minute timer. All right, let's zoom in. Well, here, we'll just do full screen on that. Stop, reset. All right. And somebody wants me to put up the HTML? Yeah, that's fine. I'll just do the half and half screen here. Yeah. We'll go down here. I can only fit so much on the screen at a time. I hope that's okay. I hate it when the windows don't link up properly. Come on, Windows. You're called Windows. You should be better than this. All right. All right, here we go. 8 minutes on the clock. Go ahead. I'll see you guys back here in a few. Oops. Yeah. Zoom in a little bit there. Yeah. Okay. And I'm going to scroll down past the header. That should capture most of it for you. All right, I'll see you guys back shortly. Gamer Woman, yes, will be available on VOD. You can catch it on my Twitch channel. So at any point, if you guys got to drop off, no worries at all. I still love you. And you can catch it on my VOD on my Twitch channel for 60 days, after which it will move to YouTube, and I'll be sure to put the link on Discord when I do move it to YouTube. Yep. 60 days because I'm a Prime subscriber and I'm cool like that. Yeah. All right. I'll see you guys back in a bit. I see somebody asking about the list items. I'm scrolling down a little bit so you can see them. Yeah, 1 second, Chanpo. I'm setting up the raffle. I will, but yeah, I'll put it in a code pen in 1 sec. Okay, I might need like 1 extra minute on the break. I realized my cat came over and I forgot to feed the cat. So I fed the dogs, neglected the cat unintentionally. So give me 1 more second. I got to go feed him. What time did the stream start? You should be able to hit uptime. It looks like we've been going for about an hour and 30 minutes so far. Yeah, he's disappointed in me right now. Not only am I building a dog related project, I also forgot to feed him. So yeah, exactly. Kitty must eat, indeed. Yeah, so give me just 1 more minute. I'm gonna go ahead and stop the timer, but oh, actually, here, let me. I wonder if I can add 1 minute. We're gonna let's add 2 more minutes to the timer. You get 2 free minutes, so I can feed my cat. All right. Okay. Okay, I'm back. We're gonna let the timer run out here another few seconds, and then we will do our raffle. And while the raffle is going, I'll go ahead. I'll drop the HTML and CSS into a code pen, and y'all can take a look at that if you're having trouble with your own versions. Not yet. It's not open yet. Don't start doing your raffles yet. Hey, come on now. You don't want to waste that entry. Just be lucky I don't have chat on slow mode so that you get timed out. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Y'all are just trolling now. Okay. All right. We're gonna close that. Gonna get our Doggo page back and get things sort of repositioned here on the screen. And I will let you guys know when the raffle is open. Okay. All right. Now isn't this looking good? That's looking so good. I'm proud of us. Good job, us. Okay, I'm getting the raffle going on the other screen. And loading it up. Anyone can participate. Cool, cool, cool. And okay. All right, and giveaway is now open. Enter the giveaway by typing !raffle. You should get a whisper when you get. I can see the entries are ticking up. They're flooding in. They are flooding in. Your entries are coming in. You should get a whisper when you with a valid entry. Yeah. Whoa, boy, we're up at 150 entries already. Go off. Yeah. So we'll run this for let's see. I'm gonna put up a 2-minute timer here. Another 2 minutes. Yeah. Looks like most of you are getting in. Good job. Yep. Okay. Oh, hydrate. I'm taking a drink. Oh, and my dog just stole my hat. Hang on. While you guys are doing your entries. Got it. Okay. All right. How many entries can you have? You should only get one. I see I got added in there. I'm going to see if I can scroll back and. And before Leon wins. Yeah. Leon won last time. Of course, he didn't really win. I drew again. "30 seconds. "20 seconds. Okay. And I'm going to close it. All right. We're drawing and we are, okay. We are going to go ahead and close it. And giveaway is closed. And here comes the draw. Okay. GMAC82, congratulations. I just posted in chat there. GMAC82, congratulations. Okay, hang on. I'm going to write that down. Okay, and we will do another drawing later on in the stream. But for now, we'll hold that last drawing until after our next break. All right, now let's get back to the fun stuff. Oh, GMAC got a T-shirt from the 100 Devs merch that Leon just recently released. Oh, the code pen. Yeah, sorry. Let me get that for you as well. Okay, just dropping this in a code pen for you. And hopefully that will help for those of you that were having issues with your code. Hopefully this will be of help to you. Oops. Yeah. All right, and looks like the link for the placeholder image doesn't work, but that's okay. You should be able to figure it out. Um, see that, and link is in chat. There you go. So go ahead and follow that if you're catching up. That should help you out. Okay. All right, now let's get back to it. Okay, so now we are heading on to the JavaScript. So let's go back and let's think about what we're trying to do here, right? So for those of you who might have joined a little bit late, we are what we're doing is we're making a dog generator, and so what we do to make this work is that we're going to have a breed drop down. So here we'll just go back to the working one real quick. You go to the breed drop down, you pick a breed, and you get a picture of that breed as well as a custom name and a bunch of custom characteristics. Yeah, if you haven't gotten to JavaScript yet, you might find this project to be pretty challenging. Just saying, you're welcome to follow along. But if you're brand new to JavaScript, don't let this scare you off. Okay, go ahead, just follow Leon's classes, catch up, and you'll get to this point. But what we're gonna get a little advanced here. So don't panic if you're new. Yeah, we're gonna do objects. We're gonna do objects. We're gonna do arrays, and we're gonna do API calls. So yeah. All right. So and what this does is it just generates random characteristics depending on the breed. Um, and we're doing this by calling an API and also getting random elements from arrays. Oh, hydrate. Okay, I'm hydrating. No, you're not useless. Don't think like that. You're not useless. You're learning. Just keep an open mind. Don't get freaked out. Just sit back and learn. Am I familiar with programming concepts from being a SQL developer, like data structures and stuff? Well, I don't have any formal SQL training, actually. I have learned all of my SQL on the job. So my SQL knowledge is very, I should say, practical, right? Very applied SQL. I don't have a lot of knowledge of theory. I never had any CS courses in college or anything like that. I'm very much kind of self taught. So even though, I mean, I am a developer, definitely, but I don't have a lot of theory knowledge or that sort of thing. Um, and so that's why I really love this cohort so much, because I'm learning so much more about like structure. And also SQL is not an object oriented language. It's what's called a declarative language. And so what you do in SQL, if you're not familiar, is you essentially tell the computer what you want to, like, you ask the computer a question. You say, hey computer, fetch such and such data. um, and so and you don't really care exactly how the computer does it. You just care about what you get back. And so the way you ask that question determines maybe how efficient your request is going to be. But the but with JavaScript, we're basically telling the computer kind of how to solve the problem, right? um, and so it's just a different type of language. And so all of this way of thinking about thinking about coding is very new to me as well. Yeah. Well, am I using Oracle? Actually, in my current job, yeah, I'm using PL SQL. And so we have some, like, tables can have objects within them, but the actual code that I'm writing is not object oriented. Some, like, tables, yeah, tables can have cloud fields and stuff like that inside of them, and various, like, views and that kind of thing, which are objects, yes. But the SQL itself is not an object oriented language. I've actually used T SQL, which is Microsoft SQL, and PL SQL, which is Oracle SQL. I've used them both. Oh my gosh, people are getting wild up there with that, with their bullets. I love it. No, pulling data at the job, or no, I'm developing too. Yeah, building views, building tables, building mappings. Yeah. Um, can we hear about your journey to becoming a software engineer? Yeah, yeah. I'll talk a little bit about it as we're going here. All right. So let's get back to our JavaScript. Let me just get things rearranged on my screen here. Thanks, Korma. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, how you can uh, make those list bullets even fancier. That's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, and SQL, I love SQL because it's very easy to get into. Um, SQL is a very beginner friendly language. It's easy to pick up just a little bit, just enough to be functional. So I would say definitely pick it up, especially if you're at all interested in the back end. We're going to hit MongoDB in class and maybe a little bit of SQL, but definitely pick up SQL just enough to be dangerous. And that'll be a really great help to you. Um, Okay, so what we're going to use, again, the API that we're going to use is we are going to use the dog.ceo API. So let's just check that out really quickly. We can visit the URL, dog CEO API. So just hit that up. And it's the internet's biggest collection of open source dog pictures. And so we can do a manual fetch here to the API. Letty 5107. Yes, I am Mayan Wolf. That's right. Yeah. Um, and let's see. I actually haven't used Postgres personally, but yeah, we can do manual fetches to the API here, and get pictures back randomly. We can see that this is the URL here is constructed as dog.ceo API breeds image random, and so this is just getting back a random image no matter the breed. Um, and it shows us our little JSON message here. But there's also a breed specific selector, which is what we're doing here. And so we can see if we want to get a specific breed back, um, this is how we can control for the breed, right? So you can see that it's literally putting the breed name directly into the URL, right? So as we select a breed, we get a new picture back. And so essentially that's what we're going to do in our code is we're just going to insert, right? We're going to insert whatever breed the user chooses in that dropdown. We're going to put that directly into the URL and we're going to call that URL. Yeah. Okay. So this is just a sort of a little hands-on, and you can try this. Go to the website and try it. This is a little hands-on interpretation of kind of what we're going to be doing in our code. So it's not really as bad as it seems, right? We're just going and we're fetching. We're fetching. That's it. What is the website address? Thanks, Rita, for posting that. Much appreciated. Okay, so let's go back to the code. And sorry, there we go. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make this a little easier to work with, and we're going to just set a variable that's for the URL. So we're just going to say const, and the specific URL we're going to hit too. I'm going to grab the URL that we're going to hit. Hang on, open another window. So the URL that we're going to hit first is actually the raw list of all the breeds. And that raw list of all the breeds is, you can see it's basically coming to us. Not it's coming to us kind of in a rough format. If you can't really see that, I'm zoomed in. And it's coming to us in basically in like a JSON format, right? We got the curly brackets, we got quotes, we got colons, we've got, looks a little bit like an object, and it's kind of a mess, right? So we're going to need to really streamline this down a little bit in order to make it into something that we can drop directly into our drop down menu, because essentially this is what we want in our drop down menu. It just needs to be cleaned up. So we'll figure that out. All right, so this is the URL we're going to hit to get our drop down list. So we're going to grab that, and we're going to declare a new variable here. We're going to say breeds URL. And the reason this is in all caps, this is just a style thing. That's just because it is a, that's just, yeah, there's no format to it, exactly. That's just because this is basically, this is like a global constant. It's never going to change, right? We're sticking with this URL. We're not going to change it. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're also going to assign a variable for our query selector for our breeds dropdown. Again, this is just to make it easier to work with. Const select is going to be document.query selector. And it's going to be dot breeds, because we want to hit specifically. Let's go back to our HTML and we'll just take a look at what we're hitting there. Let's see, where is it at? Oh, did I change that? Huh, maybe it's not needed. I guess I changed that at some point. Oh well, that's okay. Maybe we won't end up using this variable after all. That's okay. We'll see. All right, so regardless of that, the next thing we're going to do is we are going to actually fetch the data. We're going to fetch the data from that breeds URL. So we're literally going to use fetch, and we're going to grab it from. You can see that the parameters here are the input request info. So we're going to request info from our breeds URL, and then we're going to use something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then after that, we're going to use the something you may not have seen before, but it's essentially it's a then method, and it helps us make sure we're doing things in sequence. So it's saying, basically what this is saying is, if assuming that our fetch request, the request we're making to that URL, assuming that fetch request comes back successfully, assuming that we're able to successfully make a request, then we're going to return. So we're going to return some data. So that's so fetch, yeah. And so, assuming success, we're going to return the JSON that we get back from that request. So we're going to return JSON. As it's similar to we're using promises, yeah. And I'm not super familiar with this yet. We have not. Okay, and just to be clear, we haven't gotten into this in class at all. So don't worry. This is all new. This is new to me. This is new to you. If you haven't used it before, don't freak. Basically, what so res is literally just the parameter that we're passing in to the method. So essentially, what we're getting back is we're getting back the JSON from this URL. And then again, so after we get back that JSON, we're going to pass in the data. And we're going to take in that. Okay, so and let's pause here for a minute, and we're gonna console log. Well, first off, we're going to we're going to set up a new variable, and then we're going to console log that so I can show you guys what we're getting back. Yeah, response. Yeah, res is response. Yeah. Exactly. I probably should type that out. And we'll console log the data here in a minute to show you what we're getting back from that URL and what that looks like before we put it into an array. JSON sounds like a rapper name. Yeah, I'm surprised it's not. Well, somebody on the Discord actually has the name of Jason Derulo, which I think is the best name I've ever heard. So we're going to create an object from the data in that message. So we're going to say const breeds object is going to equal data.message. And now let's console log that and see what we get. Console log breeds object. Now, let's just stop here for a second and let's see what we have. Jason Phillips. Oh, yeah, Jason Derulo had an opportunity and they took it. Indeed. Best opportunity. All right. And I think let me make sure I linked my script. I think I did. Script, yep, main.js. So this should work theoretically. Oh, and I don't have my event listener yet. So I'm just gonna, and I'm also gonna set up an event listener because we need to trigger. We need to trigger this this call. So let's see, or maybe it will work. Hang on. Let's see. Let's just try it without. I don't know. Like I said, I'm new to this too, so we're throwing spaghetti at the wall, right? All right, let's inspect. See if there's anything in the console. Oh, okay, cool. It came back. It's all good. We didn't need to call it. It made the call itself. So all good. All right, let's see what we got. So what did we get, right? We got that giant messy list, right? Oh, where'd it go? Here. We got this. And we have it inside of our window here. Essentially, we have it inside of our console, and we can look at it. We can expand it, so we can see that what we've got is actually a big object here, and we've got a list of breeds and even a list of subbreeds. We're not going to use the subbreeds. We're not gonna use these subbreeds, but you could, if you wanted, you could have a second selector that would allow you to choose subbreeds underneath the main breeds as well. That's up to you. But we're just going to cut that down. And so here's okay, pop quiz, maybe kind of a difficult question, but posture check. Oh my gosh, people are redeeming stuff. Okay, hydrate, posture check. All right, I cracked my shoulders. Gonna hydrate. All right, thank you. And okay, so question. If I'm looking at an object, doesn't matter what kind of object, what do I call the stuff that's to the left of the colon? So like, what do I call the bull terrier here? What do I call it? The thing that's to the left of the column, or to the left of the colon. What do I call it? Oh man, you guys know. Yeah, you know. You know. You know. Okay, so second question. If I wanted to, yeah, it's keys. They're keys, right? They're keys. They're the identifier for the property. They're the thing they're the unique item that identifies that property. Yeah, exactly. So then what would I do? What could I use if I wanted to get all these keys and put them into an array? What could I do there? So that was like the level 1 question. Since you guys are so good, I want to ask the level 2 question. Yeah, you guys know that one too. Go you. Go you. Object keys. Exactly. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do in a minute. So now that we have this object in our hands, all we need to do is we need to parse it. We need to get it into an array, right? So that we can dump it into our and turn it into options in our drop down box, right? That's what we want to do. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get all this mess into this drop down over here, right? Yeah. So the easiest way to do that is to get these objects, turn this from an object into an array, and then drop that array into our drop down box. Yeah. All right. You guys are on fire. Okay. So we console logged our breeds object. We don't need that anymore. That was just to see what it was. So now we're going to make an array. So we're going to say const breeds message property on line 10. Yeah, so I'm sure somebody else could explain this a lot better than I could. But data.message, from what I understand, this is just grabbing the JSON and making it like an object that we can use. Um, that's the best I can explain it, but I'm sure somebody else in here who knows more about APIs could explain it better. Your object isn't showing up in the console. It may be showing up in the console. You might need just to expand it. It shows up collapsed by default. You might need to expand it if it's not there. All right, so we're gonna create an array, breeds array, and it, like you guys said, we're gonna use objects.keys, right? Object dot keys, and we're gonna pass in breeds object. Okay. And so what that's doing, yeah, okay, so Thraxme had a good explanation there. The JSON returns a lot of extra information that isn't related to the dog information. Specifically, the message part of the return data has the dog info. Okay, thank you, Thrax. Yeah. Oh, Mikey, I'm glad you're having a good time. The message property is inside the JSON response. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because essentially, right, it's like a property of the all the data that we're getting back. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thanks, guys. Much appreciated for the extra information. Okay, so and what we've done here is we're taking this from an object, and we are grabbing those keys, right? And the keys are really the only thing that we need. We just want the breeds, and so that's what we're getting back. We're creating an array. So now let's console log that. Let's see what we have now. Console dot log, and we're going to log breeds array. Breeds array. Save. And now let's, okay, now look at that. Look what we have now. That looks better. We have a lovely list of all of our breeds. Check it. Yeah, so much cleaner, right? And look how simple that was. Look how simple that was. Look at that. Just 3 lines. 3 lines. We grabbed the data, right? We grabbed the data. We turned it in. We turned the message part into an object. First, we say, okay, so let me type this out. Turn the message into an object, right? Oh, I can't type. Turn the message into an object. Turn the object into an array. And then the next thing we're going to do, yeah, it would be tricky to get the subbreeds. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Gamerloot. Thank you. Much appreciated. You probably could, Brashless. You probably could just run object.keys data.message. I like to split things out because it can make it really hard to follow what's happening. I would prefer to have a few extra lines of codes if it helps me understand what's actually happening. But yeah, I mean that could be valid. I haven't tried it. You could try it and see if it works. Try it in your version. See if that works the same. These are Mikey. These are JavaScript. This is object.keys. You can do this on any object. Doesn't have to be API related. Yeah. Yeah, we're using JavaScript here. Am I using Twitch Studio? Yes, I am. This isn't Code Wars. Yeah, you don't have to have single line solutions for everything. We're baddies. Yeah, don't get fooled by Code Wars. Just because you can do it on a single line doesn't mean you should. Yeah, exactly. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Right? Okay. So look how cool that is. It's awesome. I love it. Um, Lars, just out of curiosity, why do you ask if I'm using Twitch Studio? How were you able to tell? Was it because of my alerts? Because of the way they look? Yeah, I'm not cool enough for OBS. I'll get there. All right. So next thing we need to do is we need to turn that array into. We need to turn that array. Oh yeah, taskbar. Yeah, we need to turn that array into options for our HTML drop-down selector box, right? Um, OBS is lit. Yeah, I'll figure it out. I just haven't got there. I don't have the time to mess around with it yet, but I will. All right, so let's think about how would we. So let's understand how we create additional options for our drop down. Like if we were to do it manually, what we would do is we would essentially say, right, we would say option, you know, and then put something in the in the body, right? We would say like option whatever. At the very least, we would need an option tag, um, and then what we want that tag to say. Um, yeah, brushes. Yeah. Everybody's at a different. Everybody has different things that they find readable, right? I'm sure some of the folks on Code Wars are super used to looking at like regular expressions and stuff like that, and some are not. So yeah, whatever works for you. None of it's wrong, right? And that's the important thing to remember is that if your code doesn't look like mine, you're not doing it wrong. You're just doing it different. Exactly. Um, access to fetch has been blocked by core's policy. You got to allow cores. Usually bring the cores back. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me do it just fine. Oh, HTTPS. Yeah. Let's see. Is that an HTTP? Yeah. Make sure do you got HTTPS in your URL? Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, cool. You got it. Awesome. All right. So now, essentially what we need to do, right? It works now. Good. What we need to do is we need to loop over our array, and we need to turn each option into an option for our dropdown. So how can I what can I do to add an element to our HTML? How can I create an HTML tag in JavaScript? Does anybody know that? What do I say if I want to create an HTML element? Or sorry, an HTML tag. Yeah, not inner HTML. I don't want just the text. I need to create the element itself, right? Yeah, create element. Exactly. Yes, create element. You guys have got it. So you may not have used this before. If you haven't been on one of my streams where we've built something like this before, you may not have ever used this, and that's totally fine. It's just cool to know because this can help you do a lot of repetitive element creation, and it can be a really good way to just do a bunch of stuff really quickly. Make the thing, right? Exactly. So and for that we would say document create element, just like that, and we're gonna give it a class of option. Well, I'm sorry, we're gonna give it it's gonna be an option tag. Yeah. And two, you can see. So let's hover over this really quickly. Let's look at the parameters that we can pass in. So you can see it's showing us what it's going to create. It's going to create an element, and the tag name is going to be option. So it's going to create a new option for our dropdown. Yeah, we're doing DOM manipulation. Exactly. So if you've got to create 20 options for a dropdown, you don't got to copy and paste each one. Just have your JavaScript do it for you, man. Do it that way. Get your repetitive stuff coded out. All right, so we want to loop through our array in order to do this. So we're going to want to put this inside of a for loop. So we're going to put it inside of a for loop. Let I equals 0, where I is, what do I say? What do I iterate I to? What do I say? I is less than what? Why is breeds array an option? Because we haven't used them yet. Yeah, exactly. Defined but not used. Yep. Yeah, breeds array.length. Yeah. You guys are paying attention. Y'all are still awake. Breeds array.length. Yeah. And then we're going to go I++. Easy peasy. Nothing new there. I got to get this in here. Hang on. Y'all are following along. Love to see it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could use you don't have to use a regular for loop. You could use for of. Yeah. You could do it however you choose. I tend to default to for loops, like just plain old for loops, just because that's what I'm most familiar with. But absolutely, I think for of would work just fine. Well, yeah, for each, yeah. Um, all right, so we did that. We declared that. And can you create the HTML tag and add a class or ID on the at the same time? Yeah, I believe so. Oh, that was a really good question. I don't remember these, Sathos. I don't really remember the specific way to do it off the top of my head, but I believe you can. Yeah. Well, we're gonna get there in just a second. We're not done yet. We're not done with our loop. Somebody asked why won't that create the same option over and over again? Right now, all this is doing is it's essentially just creating this. It's creating this option, um, option essentially. Oh, Digizard. Hey, thank you. Welcome. Good to see you. How are you doing? Welcome. So essentially all we're doing right now with this create element is we're just doing this option. So we're gonna add some flavor to it. We're gonna add some flavor. So we're gonna set option dot value. And so basically what you were asking as far as adding class, I think you could probably say like option dot class, breeds array I. So what is this doing? Now this is setting that that the value of that option. So essentially we're doing this. We're saying option value equals whatever the breed thing, whatever the breeds array index value is at that point, whatever that item is, that's what's going to go in there. So that's what it's going to be. What's I minus minus mean? I don't think I have an I minus minus in here. Do I? No, I don't have I plus plus. Okay, sorry, it freaked me out there a little bit. Okay, and then the next thing we're going to do is we're also going to add what some folks were saying earlier, inner text. So what that's going to do is it's actually going to add the inner text. So so value isn't actually going to display anything. It's just going to give that individual option of value that can be read. But we also need to add readable text inside. So we're going to say breeds array I for the inner text. Yeah. And now the last thing. Are we able to rewatch this later? Yep, it'll be on my Twitch page. Go ahead and you can go to my Twitch channel homepage and catch the VOD from there. No problem at all. And okay, so the last thing we need to do is we need to attach each of these new options. Each time we need to create a new option, we want to essentially append it to the previous option. So we're creating a list of options, right? So we need to say select dot append child and append. So essentially now what this is doing is it's creating a list of options to be used within our select tag. And so that's right. That's I forgot that I had this earlier. So remember when we declared this variable earlier, we said const select is equal to document query selector dot breeds. And so this is all this is doing is it's appending each option to our select drop down box. That's what it's doing. Yeah. Oh, hey, no, go for it. Update your Anki. Yeah, do it. Okay. Um, so that should populate our drop down box. Um, and so let's see if that works now. Let's try it. See if I missed anything. Cannot read properties of child. Oh, okay. I think yeah, I think I did miss something, and that's because and that's yeah. So let's go back to the HTML because I think I missed something there, and I think I know what it is. Yep, we're getting null because I don't I don't think I actually added the proper class to my select box. So let's go back to that. Yeah, I missed something. It's all good. I think I know what I missed though, so that's fine. I'm gonna go back to the selector, option value. Yeah, okay. I forgot the class. So on if you're coding along, go back to the HTML, go to the select tag, go to the select tag, and give it a class. You need to give it a class. That's what we missed the first time. Class. We're gonna give it a class of breeds. Okay. So just do that. That's all you need. Add a class to your selector. Yep, exactly. Sullivan, you got it. Yeah, class equals breeds. All right. And what we're doing there is now we're finding the selector with the class of breeds. We're appending our options to it. Yeah, works. Got it. Yep, that was all we needed. We just missed one little thing. Yep. So now we're good. No issues in the console. And so now, look at that. Check it. Check it. Woo! It works. Yay! Good. Awesome. Yeah, rad. Would inner HTML? Yeah. So inner HTML and inner text are only a little bit different. Really, as far as I understand, inner HTML and inner text can be used interchangeably most of the time. The main difference is that inner HTML allows for some extra characters. It allows for you to actually like add tags and stuff like that. Versus whereas inner text is strictly text, from what I understand. Oh, get hyped indeed. Thank you, Gamer Luke, for the bits. Oh, get hyped. Yeah, you made this. Darn right you did. Yeah, you're calling APIs like a pro. All right, so we've got our breed selector, but now you can choose whatever you want now, right? But nothing changes. We don't get the image back. So we need to attach the breed to the image. And if you recall, in our little demo here that we looked at before, essentially that's what all this is doing. Is it's just dropping a breed into the URL and then going fetching it, right? So this is the easy part. This is what we need to do just in our code now is grab the breed, drop it into our URL. Is it not easier with a framework? Probably. I don't know how to do those. I'm just learning. I am just learning APIs for the first time. And most of the folks on here. There's some experts in here who are very kindly sharing their knowledge, but I'm a newbie, so forgive any clumsiness. We're learning, and I am hydrating. I am hydrating. So, what does a pen child do? Yeah, good question. All right, so going back, hopefully, whoever, what did somebody, they wanted me to look at a specific line. Hang on. Mine, can you explain line 16? Oh, yeah, okay, so append child. Some folks don't know what that is. This is a really good one to know. So, append child, as the way it sounds, what it does is it takes whatever tag or whatever HTML element you specify. So in this case, we are specifying this element here. We're looking for an item with the tag of breeds, right? So let's go back and familiarize ourselves. The item with the tag of breeds is our drop-down selector. It's this right here. It's the drop-down selector box. And so when we append a child to it, essentially what we're doing is we're adding a child, we're adding a nested, we're adding an item within that tag. So we're essentially what we're doing is we're saying option, whatever. That's appending a child. We're just doing it in code. Does that make sense? So when we say append child, it means attach another tag or create another tag within, or basically attach another tag within the parent tag. Okay? So that's what we're doing. We're just doing it with code rather than manually. And so it's much, much, much faster, right? So saved. And so if you know how to, if you can get familiar or at least a little comfortable with doing this kind of thing in code and being able to loop through and just, append a bunch of children, create a big old list, and do that with code, it's so much faster. Yeah. Okay, good. Glad it's making sense. Oh, Ryan O'Lee, thank you for subscribing. I'm sorry I missed that earlier. Thank you. Much appreciated. My goodness. Y'all are showing out. I love it. I love it. Yeah. Yeah, well, this isn't an LI. This isn't an LI. This is a list of this. It's a list, but it's not specifically an LI. It's options within a selector. Yeah, it's options within a selector box. So it doesn't have any there's no LI tags here. But you could append child. You could append child to a list, absolutely, in a different context. Yeah. Oh, are you hearing echo? I'm sorry. Can you add comments to the last 2 lines? Yeah, sure. So this we're just saying option here. Let's do this. Option. What this is going to look like is okay, good. Okay. I was talking kind of. I when I get excited, I talk really loud, so the echo might have been echoing in my room. Yeah. So essentially, so in the previous line, we created this, right? We said option with a value of breed. And so then what we're doing here when we say inner text is we're saying we're putting the breed inside of the tags. So like that. So we're adding the breed inside of the tags, just like that. So that's what we're doing there. We're just now we're making it so that it will display the breed in there. APIs are banging, right? Now we're actually getting into the real deal, right? We're getting into the stuff we can use. Exactly. Oh, can we take a break? Yes, absolutely. Let's take a break at, give me just a couple more minutes, okay? Give me a couple more minutes. We're going to finish the API call so that we can actually start getting images back. That's what the only thing we have left to do. It's not going to take very long. And then we will take a break and we'll start working on the rest of it. Does append child know which option you are appending? Well, we're looping through the whole array, right? So it knows which part of the array we're on. Yeah. So because remember, this is inside of a for loop. All right. And so the last thing that last comment here, adds option adds current option tag. Oops. Tag to the select box list of options. Yeah, that's essentially what we're doing there. Okay, now we're almost done with this little portion, I promise. All right, so the last thing that we need to do here in order to start getting images back from the API, and oh, did we crash it? Somebody got a 404. Make sure that your URL is right. Whoa, we might have crashed it. My bad. Well, we'll see, I guess. Try it again maybe a little bit later. All right, so next thing we need to do is we want to add an event listener so that every time somebody chooses a breed, so when you click on something in the breed box right here, right, we want to say as soon as somebody clicks this, call that URL and get an image back. Thanks, Rufio. I'm glad your brother approves of my voice. Much appreciated. Okay. Great notation comments. Awesome. Oh, stretching. Okay, stretched. No, I am glad that my voice comes through well. That's nice. I appreciate it, especially since I don't have a lot of experience doing this kind of thing. Um, all right, so we want to add an event listener, and normally we do event listeners on like clicks and stuff like that. Like that's what we're used to, right? Or mouse enter clicks. Um, but this time we're going to use a new one that we might not have seen before, and that's just on change. And so when something changes in our select box, so inside of our select box, we're going to add an event listener and say, hey, when the option changes, when a new option appears in the box, then we want to do something, right? So, thanks, guys. You all are so sweet. Y'all are so sweet. I love you guys. Best chat on Twitch. I'm calling it right here. Best chat on Twitch, y'all. All right. So when that change happens, we are going to pass in an event. Don't fret too much about this. All we're doing is we're saying, hey, when a change happens, then we want to pass in whatever that change event was. Oh my gosh, hearts everywhere. Golly gee. Okay, so and I'll show you what that event, what event means here in a minute. So now we're going to start. We're essentially going to start a function inside of our event listener, which is pretty rad. So we're going to say let URL equals, and you guys remember how we looked at the URL earlier, and we were able to just pass in a breed manually. So I'm just going to grab this URL. This is the URL we're going to need. And we're going to say let URL equal, and I don't know why there's an extra enter there. Oops. And we're going to get rid of the manual doxin here. And instead, we're going to make this dynamic, right? Because that's what we want to do. We want to pass in whatever breed the user selected. So we're going to say something, right? We've turned this into a string. We've turned this into a string with our backticks. So that way we can make this URL dynamic. So for those of you who aren't familiar, this is a type of notation you can use where you can put variables directly into a string. So we're going to have a variable in here. But before we do that, I want to show you what it is that we're passing in. What we're going to do is we're going to pass in something called the event target value. Template literal. Yeah, I couldn't think of the word. Thank you, Rita. Yeah, now we're playing with power. Exactly. We are making a dynamic URL that can fetch whatever we tell it to fetch. So first, before we do that, I'm going to console log, and I'm going to show you what that. So we're going to pass in the. Let's console log event first, okay? Just to show you what that is. So let's just see what that is. I know you all need a break. So after we do this, after I explain, after we set up our URL and I explain what event target is, we'll take another break. All right. So let's make sure I get the right one here. Inspect this, and oh, I got an unexpected token. Oh, that's probably because of the yeah, probably because I have an empty thingamajig here. So we're just gonna say I'm gonna go ahead and populate this so it doesn't get mad at me. Event dot target dot value. Okay. Hopefully that'll be better now. Yeah, better. Okay. So now it should console log the event if I choose a breed. Yeah. All right. So you see what I did there? I chose a breed, right? And it triggered my event listener. So try this yourself. You'll see we're getting multiple triggers of our event listener, and each time it's bringing back something different. But there's a lot of stuff here, right? Like, what even is this? What even is this nonsense? We don't need this. We don't need all this. Somebody just learned how to correctly pronounce dachshund. Yep, yep, yep. Oh, I forgot the comments again. Oh, and thank you, Belzavaba. Thank you so much. Thank you for the subscription. Much appreciated. Oh boy, Belzavaba. Man, out here gifting subs. I tell you what. I tell you what. You all are the best. I swear. Hydrating. Yep, hydrate. Okay, so long story short, this is a lot, right? We don't need this. We don't need this. However, what we do really want, look at this. What is this here? This is a target. This is and when I hover over that, yeah, there. Okay. See how that highlights the drop down box on the screen? That's basically telling us what the event that we're passing in. It's like, what did we click? We clicked this drop down box. Okay, so that's getting us closer to what we want, but there's still a lot of junk here. So let's drill down a little, huh? Let's drill down a little bit more. Console log event.target. Okay, console log event.target. Now what do we get? Now what do we get? Oh, hello. Hello. That brings back HTML tags. Oh, that looks like something, that looks better. That looks way closer to what we want, right? That looks, is event a keyword? Yeah, I mean, as far as I understand, it's just whatever, it brings back the entirety of whatever we touched. Yeah, all the characteristics associated with it. Yeah, and so, yep, you're right. You are right, piece of shoot. We want to get the value of what we chose. We don't care about the rest of this tag. We just want to get this value. So, in order to do that, we just need to drill down one more level. We want to get event.target.value. Now let's see what we get. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. What? Check it. Isn't that exactly what we wanted? Now. Let's go back to our code. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this console log. We don't need it anymore. Now, what are we passing into this URL? We're passing in event.target.value. Okay, one last thing I want to console log, and then we'll break, I promise. Console log URL. Oops, not UTL. URL. Okay, last piece of the puzzle. Last piece of the puzzle. Well, event is, everything's an object. By default, so by default, whatever we touch is in JavaScript is an object. The new end early. I know. I'm sorry. And so, okay, last thing. Object assessment. Look at what we get back. We get back a URL with the breed in it. So let's click on it. Yeah. And so what do we get back from that? We get JSON with an image. So we can't use this just yet, but we got to take a break. We got to be healthy. We got to take a break. So but look what we get back. We get an image and we get a successful JSON call. So we are very nearly there. We're going to take an image. Nobody tell my husband, but I love JSON. Yeah, and it gives us the URL of the breed type we chose. If you keep getting one breed, no matter what you select, make sure check your loop. And while we're on break, I'll just stay on the code and you on the JavaScript. And you can check it. I'll just do this. Okay, we're gonna break now. So you feel free to get up now. I just need to set up the timer and everything. But I'll give you guys. What do you guys want? 10 minutes? You guys need a little more time? 5 or 10 minutes? You tell me. I'm gonna word wrap here. It looks pretty nasty. Hang on. Trying to get my Windows situated. Okay. Word wrap. All right. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna go to the. Yeah, we're gonna. So this is pretty much the bulk of it right here. Okay. There you go. So this is everything we've done so far. Five. I'm seeing fives. Okay, let's do 7 minutes. It's the average. All right, 7 minutes. All right, 7 minute timer. Man, we've only been going for 2 hours and 40 minutes. This is chump change for me. But hey, if you got to drop off to be healthy, that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Not everybody can, not everybody wants to sit this long, and not everybody can. So don't feel like you got to stick around just to stick around. You can always catch the VOD. I don't mind. Feel free to drop off at any point. Um, yep. Okay, so yeah, we're going. Go ahead, get up, do what you got to do. Um, I did join you over in our place. I was there. Yeah, Miss Mara, you killed it. You were like the code leader on that. You were the absolute like boss of our place. 100%. I'm not gonna scroll down the URL. I'm not gonna scroll down the JavaScript because we haven't got there yet. There is more, but we haven't got there yet. This right here, line 22, that's where we stop. So that's where I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna. Y'all don't need to work ahead. All right, I gotta smack my laptop. Hang on. Oh, sorry. I thought I was on mute. Yeah, my laptop is crap. Yeah, smack a laptop is not a euphemism. My laptop is dying, and I literally have to smack it. Yeah, I hope it's not too annoying for you guys. That when the fan goes like that, I can't. There's nothing I can do about it. I just have to hit it occasionally, and I will get it fixed. It's hard because it's my main laptop. So while I'm doing this cohort, I can't exactly like send it off to the repair place for like 2 days because I kind of need a laptop to do code stuff. So yeah, it is percussive maintenance. No, 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 no. I can. Yeah, no. I am gonna. I'm gonna get a new machine. This is just what I have for now. So just code with pen and paper. Man, I had a class in college where we had to do that. We had to write our code out with pen and paper. It was whack. I swear. So No, you don't need the console log. That console log on line 11, that you don't need that. Oh, it's really bad now. Oh my gosh. Hang on, smacking again. Did I take a lot of computer courses in college? No. I took one Java course, and like Mleg was saying, I had to write all my code out by hand, and I hated it. So I thought I was not smart enough to code, honestly. That's honest truth. My Java class in college was so bad that I, um, I yeah, I didn't think I was smart enough to code. Um, yeah, no. And I actually I've had my eye on a computer for a little while, and I'm actually going to pull the trigger on it. I had some car repairs last month that meant I had to delay that purchase, but I'm planning on getting that computer this month. So you won't have to put up with this for too much longer. Oh, GMAC, I have your info. And mine, you can just send me a message on Discord, GMAC. Okay, hit me up on Discord. Same username, Mindwolf. Just hit me up there. Yeah, we had to handwrite code. It was bad. Thanks, safety. That was so sweet. It was issues with like spark plugs and an oxygen sensor, I think. What year was this? Like 2014 that I had to do the handwriting of code. Yeah, I know, right? When I was taking, yeah, it was like 2013, 2014. Yeah. All right, we're almost at the end of the break. Gonna give the laptop one more smack to see if it'll be quiet, but otherwise we're just gonna roll with it. It keeps on muting every time I smack it. I think it hits the space bar. That's all right. Yeah. Bzz, whack. I know. Yeah. I just gotta live with this. Um, yeah, I mean, it could be. Yeah, it could need new bearings. So I have a what is it? A G14, ROG G14, I think, ROG Zephyrus G14, and it was the first generation. So the first generation of the laptop wasn't really great. It's a good laptop otherwise. It just wasn't built very well. So yeah. Anywho, yeah, I think I need a smack channel points redemption. Exactly. Yeah. It's a fan. Yeah, it's a fan. All right. Well, let's deal with it as best we can. And I feel like the Twitch noise cancellation is pretty good. So hopefully it's filtering out at least some of the noise. It's much louder on my end. All right. What tea am I drinking? I am drinking black tea, just plain black tea. Oh, good. I'm glad you guys can hear it. Good. Just the smacks. Um, yeah, so I'm just drinking plain black tea because it's cheap and I can get it in bulk because I drink a lot of tea. Does the event parameter link to the API with breeds because you're clicking on the options and it gets it from there? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. We're clicking on the options and it's grabbing it's grabbing the target of that click, and it's putting it inside of the URL. Um, And what does line 7 do? Line 7 goes to this URL and grabs the JSON. It grabs the message that comes back, right? So it goes to this URL, to the breeds URL, the breed list. So if you can go to that URL yourself, and it's basically like as if you were like copying and pasting what came back from that URL. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this timer now too. All right. And we're gonna rearrange our windows here. Okay. All right, there we go. Looks better. Cool. Yeah, and Rascal has a much better explanation as always. Rascal knows their stuff. It takes the raw network response and tells it to attempt to parse the body as JSON. Yep, exactly. And this is a promise, right? So if it's successful, then do this stuff. Okay, so last thing we did was we built our URL, right? But as you saw, when we visit that URL, it doesn't bring back anything that we can use just yet. Like it doesn't bring back an image. So what we need to do is we're going to make a function called get doggo image. And what that's going to do is that is actually going to grab our image for us. So let's go down to that. Forget all this for now. That's nothing. Just this is the wrong code. Actually, this is my notes. My bad. Sorry. You guys got to see ahead a little bit there. All right, this is the real code we're working on. Sorry about that. You got to see my notes. You got to work ahead. All right. Okay, so we're going to create a new function. It's going to be called get doggo image. Nah, it's not so bad. Get doggo image, and we're going to pass in the URL. URL. There we go. Okay. So let's define that function. That helped prepare me for the next hour. All right. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make our like we've done before, we're going to make our code a little bit easier to work with, and we're going to say const image. So all we're doing here is we're just taking that query selector for the image, and we're just turning it into a variable, right? So we're just going to say document.query selector. We've done this before. Query selector, and we're going to target our dog image. So dog image, right? If we recall, that is that's the place where our corgi image sits right now. It's right here. And that's so we're essentially going to replacing the contents of this image tag with whatever we get back from our URL. That's all we're doing. So first off, we're declaring a variable that's going to target that image tag, and we're going to say const get, and we're basically what we're doing now here is we're creating a new function. So we're saying const doggo image, get doggo image, and we're passing in URL as a parameter. So we're passing in this URL, right, as our parameter, and and we're going to do a similar command to what we did before. If you recall up here, when we grabbed our JSON before, we did a fetch, we got some JSON, and then we got back a message, right? We got back a message from the JSON. Oh, yeah, thanks for coming, Brightside. You're born into Earth. I just got that. Yeah, I make a lot of typos. So we're going to fetch, because remember before we did a fetch command, right? And then if that URL fetch was successful, then we want to get back the message that we get from that. So get the result of that message from the fetch. And we're going to return the JSON from our fetch. So exactly the same thing that we did before. Okay, Kalaris, good to see you. Yeah, I know it's pretty late for some of you guys, so don't feel bad if you got to drop off. No worries. Yeah, and you can console log the response from the call. Yep. So we're fetching, we're getting the JSON message, and then assuming that's successful, assuming we get JSON from that, then we pass in that JSON data. Keep typing a plus instead of an equals every time. All right, and then we assign that to our image, tag. So all we're doing is we're then assigning that to our image tag. So after I do this, we'll pause and we'll take another look at this and see what's happening. Remember that data.message? Yeah, we're assigning that to our image tag. Okay. Hey, Caldrake, good to see you. Hello. Yeah, Eric. Yeah, I can drop it in the code pen. That's fine. I can drop the JavaScript in there. That's fine. Okay, so let's pause and let's take a look at what we have here. So remember, we're going to this URL, we're passing it in, we're getting the JSON back, and actually, let's see if we can console log this. Log res.json. I don't know. We'll see if we can. I don't know if it'll let me. I don't think it's gonna let me. It's dimmed out. Let's console log the data.message and see what we get. What this should be is a valid URL. Oh yeah, Anthony, that's a good suggestion. So you can use catch instead of then to catch issues should they arise. Yeah, good suggestion. All right, so let's see what if we can console log this. All right, open the console. No errors. That's good. Let's choose a breed. All right, check it. Now this looks like something we can use, right? So let's click it and let's see what we get. Oh, and look at that. It worked. It worked. Look it. Yeah. All right. Let's, yep. And so you see if I click that URL, we get a valid result. Yeah. Oh, you're right. And yeah, you're right. Thank you for catching that. I should have console logged before the return on BSL. Yeah. So thank you, BSL. Let's try that as well. Yeah. So that works. Hooray. Yeah, let's do one more console log here. We're going to do console log. Yeah. As BSL pointed out, I should have console logged before the return in this. We're going to console log res.json. I just want to see what that looks like. So instead of a URL, we're going to get a longer JSON message. I just want to show you guys what that looks like as well. All right. Spec. So I think I'm console logging them both, which is fine. All right. Oh, Hippie. What? Hippie Sue. Thank you. I see you out there. Oh, we got an error. Let's see what that is. Body streamer. Okay, so it didn't like that. Didn't like me trying to console log the JSON. That's all good. Yeah, okay. It didn't like me trying that twice. That's all right. Yeah, we can see we got a promise here. It's pending though because because it errored out inside of the promise. Yeah. Thank you, Anthony. Yeah. No, I appreciate that extra information. Yeah, I'm sure as we learn more about API calls, we'll get better at knowing what are the proper things to use. Yeah. First try, right? I saw somebody play that earlier. First try. But yeah, so it doesn't like me trying to console log this. That's fine. It's not a big deal. All right. But we do know that what we get back is from our JSON, we can extract the message from that JSON and we can then console log that. And that what we get back then from that console log is a valid URL. And what we're doing with that URL is we are attaching it to our image tag as the source, as the new source, replacing the old source. So we are, so essentially here we're going to the API URL above, get JSON message back. Yeah, and a promise is when your code has to wait for something to happen that you can't be sure of. You're promised some value in the future, but you have to wait for it right now. That's exactly, yeah, it's a great way to describe it. Thank you. Oh, stretch. Okay, stretch and hydrate. Yep, I stretched. And I'm drinking some very cold tea. My tea is like 3 hours cold now. Okay, all good. Get our JSON message back and extract URL from extract message from JSON and attach to image tag as new source. That's what's happening there. Okay, so that works. Oh my gosh, really? Oh, snap. IRL word ban. Okay, well, you guys better keep track of me then, so I don't say the banned word. Let's see, how long is that word ban for? On the channel point redeem, how long am I not allowed to say it? Somebody tell me. 5 minutes. Oh, that's not bad. We can do that. Okay, 9:30. My friend named Jason. Yeah. Actually, for real, I think we're about done with the Jason part. And that was a person word. I was talking about my friend Jason. Exactly. Did I replace the URL in HTML? Well, that's what this is doing right here. That's what this image.source is doing. Is it's replacing the default URL. So that should work. That should replace the URL with the message, with the data.message, which contains the new URL. You guys are funny. Okay. So that essentially takes care of the image generation part. And like I say, I think we're done with my friend, Mr. Derulo, for now. So let's see. Oh, hang on. I thought it was working there. Oh, I didn't save it. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Let's try again. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. We get cute doggos from our call to the API. Yeah. Some of these I'm suspecting maybe aren't assigned to the right breed, but hey, what do I know? There we go. When you use image, you get an error. When you use image, it works? Oh. I don't know what's going on there. Okay, Fake Adonis. Yeah, if you want to catch the rest of it later, this was a huge part of it. The characteristics part is really just for fun. The meat of it is what I wanted to show you guys with API calls. That was like the main thing. So if you got this far, I mean, that's pretty good. How did I find this project? We're gonna be, so if you're in the 100 Devs cohort, we're gonna be talking about APIs in the very next class. So that's why I wanted to do this. Yeah, I'm really not sure what's happening there, Stacy. That's interesting. Are the characters? No. So here, let me show you guys. For those of you who may not have been around for the start of the stream, this is what we're going to be doing. Is we're going to be, so this is my real like my version I did earlier today that's fully complete. So let's see what happens if I choose a breed here. All of the characteristics update, and they're all different. The name changes. You can see the name changes. All of these other characteristics change. Yeah. Yeah, I'll put the JavaScript on CodePen. Probably. Well, I can put the first part. I'll put the API call up to the API call on CodePen. Are we going to be doing the complete? Yes, we are. Yeah, yeah, we are. Classic Wally. Yeah, right. I think that's a pretty good. That's a pretty good name for that dog. Yeah. Anthony. Oh, yeah. Okay. I assumed you're part of the cohort. Yeah. So we're with. We are learning how to code. Um, here on Twitch through classes on Twitch. The channel is Learn with Leon. If you want to check out, that's the channel, and we are in a cohort called 100 Devs. It's mainly focused on full stack. So full stack development. We're learning the MERN stack. And right now we're learning JavaScript. So we've already done HTML, CSS, and now we're in JavaScript. So yeah, yeah, it's 100 devs exactly. Yeah, yep, we're in 100 devs. So I'm a fairly new streamer. I've really only started on Twitch as of I don't know, like early March. So yeah, I'm surprised. I'm not surprised you haven't heard of me. So some of the images are returning way too big. So did you set in your CSS? Did you set max width and height? Remember, you can use that to keep your images from being too big. So set it. Try decreasing your max width and your max height on your. Oh yeah, we should. Yeah, we should raid you. Yep, we should raid Anthony sometime. Exactly. Don't let me forget, Miss Mar. Um, yeah. So yeah, try that. Try setting max width and max height for your images on your image tag. That should help. Yeah, do pixels for this one. Do pixels for this one. Um, just to really put a hard barrier for your images. Yeah. Cannot set properties of null settings source. Um, oh, thanks for grabbing that URL, Miss Mar. So, did you set check your URL here? Do you have on your image tag? Do you have it labeled as a class of dog dash image? Check your class name. If your class name is wrong, it can't target it. Yeah, check that. Give them the loot. Check that. Make sure that that your image tag has a class of dog image. As you're probably missing that. Okay, I'm gonna grab this and put it in the code pen so y'all can check it. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I've got Discord notifications on going. Um, oh my gosh, Gamer Loot, thank you so much, much appreciated. Oh, and it's get us. Thank you for the follow. Y'all are the coolest. All right, gonna drop this in the code pen. I think I've got the code pen open somewhere. Yeah, here it is. All right. Okay, go get. I don't know if it can do the. I don't know if inside. I don't think you can do like these API calls inside the code pen. I don't know. You probably have to put it in VS Code to do that, but it's all there. It got by a dot. Yeah. Oh my! All these errors are from spelling wrong. Yeah, man. I tell you, that can get you. You forgot the comments again. Okay, go feed your pets. Yeah, go feed your pets. Good to see you. Oh, Hippie Sue, thank you so much. Um, thank you for the gifted subs earlier, Hippie. Thank you. Um, okay, let's move on to the next part. This now, so we've got our dog images, right? We're able to get our dog images, and those are working great. So let's look at our characteristics. Now, if you're just here for the APIs, and I think I can say that now. Yeah, it's been long enough. If you're just here for the APIs and the JSON, um, we're done with that now. Now we're going to go into more traditional arrays and how you grab elements out of arrays. So the rest of the stuff that we're doing is going to be local. Um, no, we're not making any outside calls. Um, what's my name on CodePen? It's Mayan Wolf. You can find me same as my Twitch name. I'm pretty much I got a brand going pretty much. I'm the same everywhere. Yeah, thanks for sharing the link, folks. Oh, good. I'm glad you got a wireless headset. Yeah, that helps. Yeah, go get 100 devs. That's right. Yep, catch the VOD later codes. I know it's late for a lot of folks. Catch the VOD later. No worries at all. Okay, so what we got now is I've got a bunch of arrays, and I think I'm gonna put those in the code pen because I don't expect y'all to type these out. Um, yeah, bye. Give them the loot. See you later. Thanks for coming. All right, so essentially what I've got now is I've got a series of long arrays. And what we're doing is we're going to be accessing random elements from these arrays to create our to populate all of these characteristics. I'm forgive me if 1 second. I'm just grabbing the content, making sure I get it all. So we're going to create an object. It's called Doggo info, and we're going to populate our arrays as properties inside the object. So const Doggo info. And hey, if you want, you can give your doggo zodiac signs. That's all good. That might be a fun little extension of your project. Do that. Yeah. All right. And so you're going to see there's going to be a lot of names in this. And actually, I think I'm probably going to turn word wrap off so that this is because this is a lot. So I got to turn word wrap off on my notes so that I can actually see. And almost got it. Doggo info. All right. So, whoa, there's a lot, right? These are big arrays. So word wrap is going to go off for a second so we can more clearly see what is happening here. Essentially, each one is assigned to a property, and I will paste these in the code pen. Don't worry. Yeah. And so the name arrays I actually got from a website. It came as a list of names on the website, and I used Excel to actually format them as an array. I just dropped them into Excel, did some formatting, and turned it into an array that way. For the likes and dislikes and facts, those were hand typed, baby. Those were hand built arrays. Um, yeah, you guys are gonna love some of these options. Um, these are all hand typed mostly based on suggestions on Twitter. Earlier today I called out on Twitter and I said, give me some suggestions for dog likes, dislikes, and fun facts, and y'all came out for me. So I assembled this by hand based on your suggestions. Yep. All right, so I'm gonna give you. Let's see. I'm gonna drop this into the code pen so y'all don't have to worry about it. Hang on. Sorry, actually, I'm gonna put that back. All right, so we're just gonna grab this whole thing and I'm gonna drop it in. You all can use this. Boop 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 doop boop. Shoop, shoop. There you go. Yeah, you're probably gonna get an error because there's a comma at the end of that last property there. You can just, if you take off the comma, that might work. Yeah, there we go. So just take. Okay, so there we go. Now I'm going to save it, and now you guys should be able to get all those same arrays. Hand type, baby. Artisanal coding. That's right. We up here, we are artisanal. We're doing things like by hand, like they used to back in the old days. I don't know. Back in the days of punch cards. Let's build some manual arrays, baby. Yeah. Okay. So we're setting these up as properties just for starters so that we can reference them later in our methods inside of our object. The code pen shows a calculator. I think that's the wrong one. I have another code pen that's a calculator, yeah. That was the previous project. Let me get the link for you here. This is the right one. You can look at the calculator. There's nothing wrong with that. You got it? Okay, good. Cool. Awesome. Okay, so let's enumerate some more properties. Oh, I just turned word wrap off. That's all I did. So once you put it in VS Code, just go to View and just turn off word wrap. Yeah, it's long. I know. Your job in 2019 had punch cards? Holy cow. It's wild, man. That is wild. Okay, so we're going to declare a few more properties. So essentially, so we got all of our arrays set up here, and we're going to set. So this is going to be where we assign whether the dog is male or female. I'm going to set our name. This is going to be the dog's name, and we're setting these to empty for now, just because we're going to set them in methods later. Oh, big Sean, thank you for following me. Much appreciated. You also have physical bugs. Oh, that's funny. Age. Basically, this is just going to be all the characteristics that are on our main page. Age, likes, dislikes, and oops, fact. And the last one is going to be our fun fact. And believe it or not, we're actually on the home stretch. We are almost done. Oh, Saturnalia, thank you. Home stretch. Yeah. Yeah, and you can also collapse the array. That's a good point. You can do that instead. Posture check. Now, our methods are actually going to be, so our first two methods are going to be kind of a little bit more involved, but then they're going to get simpler as we go. Oh, stretched. Yep. Okay, I stretched. Thank you. All right. So first method is going to be whether we assign whether the dog is male or female. So assign MF is what we're going to call that. Oh, let's plan to break at 10 if y'all are cool with that, and we'll do when we come back. Let's see how many people do we still have left on the stream. About 300 people left on the stream. We'll do another raffle after this next break, okay? Because I don't want folks sticking around just for the second raffle if they got to get off. So we'll do the next raffle after the 10 o'clock break. Okay. So we're going to assign dog male or female, and I want to do this randomly, kind of like a coin flip, right? Because it's essentially going to be a 50-50. I don't know what I'm doing. There's a thing that came up, so I approved it. It's fine. You should just be able to chat now. I think that was just a little default message that comes up that says "be nice" when you join the chat room. So you're all good. Yeah, and you don't have to be in the cohort to enter. Anybody that's in my chat can enter after the break. Don't try to enter yet. Oh, did somebody? Oh, oh, I see. So what you did there, Bevrin, was you redeemed some channel points. You earned some channel points and you redeemed them. So I think, yeah, so you redeemed a stretch. So what that does is it tells me to stretch. You can save your channel points too, though. You don't have to redeem them when it pops up. So you can let it go and then save up your channel points and you can earn bigger and better things. Yeah, but I did stretch for you. That's okay. You'll earn more. It's fine. If you want to see what you can get, click on the little Mayan widgets orb that's below the chat box. So there should be a little orb symbol. Click on that. It'll bring up a list of things, and you can see more about what each of those things are by clicking on them and get some more information. Okay. Yeah, cat cam, right? 10,000 points, you get a cat cam. Yeah. Okay. So first function, we want to essentially do a coin flip. So we're going to do basically just it's kind of like a heads or tails type coin flip, right? To determine whether that shows up as F or M for the dog. Yes, for cat cam. Everybody's saving it for cat cam. We'll get there. So what we're going to do is I was looking up, coin flips aren't that hard, but I came up with I stumbled across this pretty cool way of doing it. So we're going to use it and we'll go over what it's doing. Um, so we're going to use, obviously we have to use some kind of a random function, right? We want to do, math.random something. We're pretty familiar with that at this point, using math.random to generate random numbers. And what we're going to do essentially, I'll explain this after I finish typing it out. I got to focus on this here. Is we're setting up a new variable x, right? And so what we're doing there is math.random generates a number between 0 and 1. And so that's going to be a decimal, right? And so what we're doing there is we're essentially taking that number that's between 0 and 1, we're multiplying it by 2, right? And so that means it's going to be a number essentially from between 0 and 2, but then we're using the math.floor. We're using math.floor on that. So what math.floor does is it rounds down to the nearest lower integer. So essentially all this is doing is it's going to give us, the result is either going to be 0 or 1. So let's see what this is doing. So console log x, and go back. Oops. Doop, doop. And I should be able to just call this from within the console. Doggo info dot assign mf. Should be able to call it. Yeah. So and then we're getting a number between 0 and 1, and we are comparing it to 0. So if I call it again, I've got false again. We should either get true or false, essentially, is the result. If I call it enough times, I should get true. But so we're saying, checking to see is the number equal to 0 or 1. Oh, Anthony, did we just pick up Anthony for 100 Devs Mentor? Dang, Miss Mar, you're the best. Yeah. Woohoo. Thanks, Anthony. We're out here making connections. Darn right. Oh, posture check. Okay, yep. Man, I was really hunched over there. Thanks, Jitsuko. I tend to hunch pretty bad. Networking. That's right. All right. So, but yeah, this is going to either return true or false, essentially. So we can, so since we have a true or false, we can essentially use that to make our if statement a lot cleaner. So we can essentially say if x, and so what this is going to do is it's going to look at truthiness or falsiness. So essentially, basically, it's saying if x is true, but we don't have to say that. We can just say if x, then this dot mf equals female, and else this dot mf is male. Okay. So I thought that was just a really quick and slick way of doing a coin flip with a very simple if statement. You could turn this into a ternary operator too, and make it even cleaner. So you could do like x question mark this mf equals female colon this mf equals male. You could do it that way as well. Yeah. And so also what we're going to do is we're going to utilize this method to also call a second method. So inside of this method, we're going to put a call to a second method, and we're going to pass in a different parameter. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Anthony. Yep. That's another way to do it. And that's actually that math.random greater than 0.5 is the way I had seen before. So I'd actually seen that method before. And so when I saw this different method of doing it, I wanted to try this one because it was something new that I hadn't seen. And so I was like, ooh, I want to try that. Yep. Yeah. Read it. Yep, exactly. So that's how you could turn it into a ternary operator. Uh-huh. And so we're also going to add, but we're also going to add a call to a second method within this first one. So we're going to have a new method called assign name. We're going to say this dot f names, and then we're going to have a second call inside of our else statement that's slightly different. And essentially we're calling the same method both times, but we're going to pass in a different parameter. So what this is doing is if the dog is assigned female, we're going to pick from the array of female names, and if it's assigned male, we're going to pick from the array of male names. Now, quick pause here. I know that names have nothing to do with gender, and that really there's dogs can be named whatever the heck you want, no matter what gender they are. And same with people too. You can have whatever name you want, doesn't matter. The only reason I'm doing this is because I think I want to illustrate how you can call methods from within another method and pass in different parameters. That's this is for illustration purposes only, does not reflect any real world views on my part. So just putting that out there. Disclaimer time. Exactly. Big facts, right? Big facts. So this is just illustrating a concept. That's all we're doing. I met a dog. I met a dog yesterday that was named Coconut, and I just thought that was the best name. Sorry, just had to put that out there. Yeah, exactly. So you can have functions, and so I'm trying to show how you can use the result of of this method to call another method in a slightly different way. Yeah. What breed was Coconut? They were a Chihuahua, and they were called Coconut because their head was big like a coconut, like like a big round doggo head. It was so cute. Yeah. I loved it. Okay, so that's what we're doing. So if the dog is assigned female, we're going to choose from the female name array. If assigned male, we're going to choose from the male name array. So different result. So now let's go ahead and assign a name. And so what we're going to do there is next method. Don't forget you got to put commas between your methods. Don't forget about that. So new method, assign name, and we're going to pass in. Remember, f names is an array, and f name and m names are an array. So we're going to pass in an array as our parameter to this method. And what we want to do here is actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and take a break. I feel like this is a good spot for a break. So before we go any farther, we're going to go ahead and take a break. We'll come back. How about we come back at 10 o'clock? Okay, or at top of the hour, whatever that hour is for you. It's 10 o'clock for me. So we'll take a break, and we will come back shortly. Gonna get my timer going. So it's an 8-minute timer. Let's do it. I love everybody sharing the dog names. Thank you. And then when we come back, we'll do another raffle, okay? All right, so I'll see you guys here shortly. Those of you who are left, man, I still got a lot of folks hanging on. You all are in it to win it. I love you guys. And thanks, Miss Mara. I can see you're doing a lot of coordination there. Thanks so much for doing that. Yeah, Anthony, that's a really great answer to Rita's question there. When I was looking at how to build this, I thought about a constructor, but it just didn't really um, it it didn't really seem to fit what I was trying to do here. Because I felt like with constructors, you're passing in certain arguments, right? And then what you want to get back is an object that's like more full, like has more attributes and stuff like that. Like you're passing in a limited set of arguments, and what you get back is then a large, a larger object with more properties and stuff like that, right? Um, and in here, I'm dynamically generating most of those properties, not all of them, but most of those properties within methods within the object itself. So I don't know. I just didn't. I went back and forth. You could do it with a constructor. It just didn't seem to fit here. But yeah, I thought about it. Okay, almost time for raffle. A few more seconds. We're gonna let. Looks like we're still down a few folks, so we're gonna let them trickle back. Give everybody a chance. Um, yeah, the order doesn't matter. Prod by the order doesn't matter. You can put the methods in whatever order. Oh, good, BSL. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Stacy, I haven't opened the raffle. Don't enter the raffle just yet. Okay, I'm gonna stop the timer. I'm gonna get the raffle going here. Okay, 2 seconds. MooBot only lets me do one raffle at a time, so I got to archive the old one. Okay. 100 devs merch giveaway number 2. Okay, and gonna get ready to start it here shortly. Just checking the settings. Okay. And okay, drawing has been created. Should be able to enter by typing, yep, exclamation point raffle. Entries are coming in. Coming in fast. Woo! Okay, we'll put a minute on the clock. This is rewarding you guys, those of you who came back from the break fairly quickly. Still coming in. Oh, I think somebody asked me a question. Hang on. Whoa. Have I covered recursion? I have. Yeah. Eloquent. So I think there was a question on that in. Was it an Eloquent JS? Yeah. So I did do a stream. So if you look back through my past videos, Charlie, I have a stream that I believe covers that chapter in Eloquent JavaScript, and we did all the exercises, including the recursion one. So you can find it. Yeah, I think my stream should be labeled Eloquent JavaScript. You can catch the VOD. So go on my Twitch channel. Oops, sorry about that. Yeah. Whoa, I hate it. I hate that timer beat. I normally try to catch it. I didn't this time. All right, I'm going to close the raffle. But yeah, Charlie, check my past streams on my Twitch channel, and you should be able to find the one in Eloquent JavaScript. Okay. All right, still got a few more sneaking in. Publish your fire alarm. Sorry. I hate that. All right. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do the draw. Close it. Okay, I'm going to draw. All right. Soup sheep. Soup sheep. You there? Soups sheep. I'm going to snip their name, make sure I'm saying it right. Yeah, soup sheep. Soup. Yeah, soup sheep. Yeah. Congratulations. At soup sheep. Yep. All right. Good job. I'm going to send Leon your name, and he'll get you hooked up with a shirt. I'm sending him a message literally right now. With both the raffle winners. So that's all taken care of. Thanks for participating, folks. Congrats. Yep. And if for some reason, there could be, I don't know how much merch Leon has to raffle off. I was really excited that he gave me this opportunity tonight. So there could be other, raffles in the future. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, hey, Rufio, welcome back. Oh my goodness. Rufio, thanks for sticking around, my fellow stream team member. I know my uptime right now is looking at 3 hours and 41 minutes. So we're killing it. Yeah, and hello, it's Rufio, they're my fellow stream team members. So check out their streams. They've been killing it with demonstrating code wars in GitHub lately. So if you want a GitHub instruction, any instruction on GitHub, I think they're way better at than I am. Like I'm not. So yes, I am a developer, but no, my workplace does not use GitHub. Amazingly, we do not use GitHub. We use something called CVS, which is another type of code repo, which is not nearly as good. And so I'm literally leading a charge right now at work, trying to get us to switch to GitHub because it's so much better. Finish this by 4. All right, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep crushing it. We're nearly there, I promise. All right. So we've assigned the sex of the dog. Oh, Juno, hey, no problem. Catch up on the VOD. Yeah, no worries. Oh, see, Anthony. At this hour in this, I know, right? It's nuts. Like, why? Okay, anyway, let's keep going. I'm glad somebody feels my pain with CVS. Luckily, my manager does support me. It's just workplace politics and that kind of thing. But anyway, we'll get there. All right. So remember, in our previous method, we assigned female or male to the dog, and then we're also going to call the assigned name and pass in different arrays depending on the assignment that was made. So we're going to take in that array, and we are going to get we want to get a random element out of the array. Oh, thanks, Rufio. It's so nice. Yeah, my manager is actually really great. He's so great. He's the best manager I've ever had. All right, so how do we get a random element out of an array? So again, we can use the math.random. We can call math.random, and we can do something very similar to what we did up above, right? We did math.floor, math.random. Except this time, obviously, we don't want to multiply by 2. We want to multiply by something different. So we're going to set this dot our name. This dot our name equals. Oh, Jim, yeah. I would highly recommend Rufio's streams and also the videos that Leon has assigned to help you learn more about GitHub because, yeah, there's a lot to it. All right, so what we're doing is we essentially want to set this dot our name equal to an item from the array, right? We want to get an array index. So what we need back is we need an integer, right? A whole number that is between 0 and the end of the array. So what we're going to do there is we're going to do math.floor. Math.floor is going to give us, an integer that's rounded down, and math.random. And if we want to be able to access all the elements in the array potentially, what would we multiply our math.random? What we do math.random times what? Yeah, bye Shasta. Thanks for coming. Oh, our name is one of the it's going to be the name of the dog. We're getting back the name of the dog. I couldn't call it just this dot name because that's restricted. Yeah, array.length. Yep. So array.length. Yeah. So what this is going to do is it's going to give us back a random number between 0 and not between 0 and array.length. It's going to give us back a number between 0 and array.length minus 1. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. My laptop's buzzing again. Okay, so then what we want to do is we want to assign that name to our dog name HTML element, so to our dog name HTML tag. So we can just say document. This time we're going to use get element by ID. Get elements by ID. There we go. And we already have an element that's called dog name. Oh, is the stream frozen? Okay, no, it's not. Okay, good. Somebody redeemed hydrate. All right, I'm taking a drink. Okay. So get element by ID, dog name, and inner HTML. So you could use inner text or inner HTML, either one. I kind of, in this case, you can tell previously we used inner text. Now I'm using inner HTML. I'm kind of not being super careful about that. But actually, the thing in this case, we may have to use inner HTML because what I'm doing is I'm setting it equal to essentially the result of a variable, right? So we're going to have, actually, I think inner HTML is required here. Because what I'm doing is I'm just setting that inner HTML of the dog name equal to this.our name. Oh my gosh, hydrates. Whoa. Why'd you... 4 hydrates or three hydrates from Kizikuz. Okay, that's what you want to spend your channel points on. I'm not going to stop you. Man, I'm running out of tea. Drink that cold tea. Yeah, it's very cold. I drank as much of it as I could. Yeah. Okay, so let's see what happens now. So we can now we're free. We can call this. So we can get an assignment of male or female for our dog. And thanks, Gamerloot. Thank you for the 200 bits. And we can assign a name. And so what we're going to do is we're going to head back up to our event listener all the way up here, and we're going to pass in our assign MF call to that method. Except what we need to do is we need to say Doggo info dot assign MF, right? Because this is a method inside of our Doggo info object. Yeah. Oh, gamer. Oh my gosh. Oh, gamer. Okay, I got like one more drink left in this cup. Oh. Okay. Points well spent. Whatever makes you happy, Goosey Goose. Okay. So now we should be able to call this. And so what this is going to do, remember, is I'm just double checking that I got it right here. Yep, assign MF. Yeah, that should be good. And so remember what this is going to do is it's going to call assign MF, which then also calls assign name. So we're doing 2 in 1 here. So let's go ahead and save this and we'll try it and see if it works. All right. So watch the name and the and the first item in the list here. Okay, name changed. Awesome, perfect. Let's see if we can get a female in there. See if it's ever going to change. I wonder if my that's so that's not changing. Okay, so we might have a little problem there. But I can see the name is definitely updating. That's a hyena. what's what's going on there? That's a hyena. Is that a dog? Like, are hyenas dogs? I didn't think they were actually dogs. Okay, whatever. It's the hyena named Kayla. Okay. So it looks like my oh, that's so cute. There we go. The API is never wrong. Oh, yeah. Okay. So got a little problem there. It looks like my MF. So it's what's interesting is it's returning the let's just check and see. It's I'm gonna do a quick console log here. Log. I'm gonna console log true. Console log true result because this will say like did it ever actually hit this junction in the if statement. I thought this was working, but maybe it's not. So what? What? Leon? Dang! Thank you. Wow! Thank you so much. Yeah, we're still going. We're still up in here. We're still crushing it. Okay, so yeah, it didn't console log. So I think that state. So I was trying to be fancy with my if statement. I guess it's not. Maybe it didn't. Oh wait, I didn't choose a breed though. Hang on. No, I didn't do that. Oh, okay. So those issues are fine. Don't worry about that. 4 issues. Let's see what those are. Oh, okay, yeah. So that's just like a security thing. Oh, there we go. Okay, so what this tells me, that's why we did that console log, is to say, okay, am I even hitting the true part of that method? We go get first try, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Bye TWK. Thanks for coming. Yeah, so so that is returning true. It's just not updating this list item correctly. Okay, so that's good to know. Oh yeah, and I mean, hey, it looks like you fixed whatever issue I have. So did I ever change it? I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. Let's check it. Yeah. So it is so it's doing the function's working correctly, or the method's working correctly. So that's good. So it's definitely just like a spelling issue or something like that. So ID is MF for my list item. So let's check that. This.mf. Oh, and I guess I never. Oh, I know what I did. Yeah. Okay. I never finished doing the assignment. Yeah. Exactly. Yep. BSL's got it. Yeah. I never finished doing the assignment. Oh, hydrate. Oh boy. Oh, and Garland Key. Thank you so much, man. At this rate, everybody's gonna have a sub. That's awesome. Thanks, Garland. Thank you. Thanks so much for coming. Oh, and a hype train, man. I'm feeling the love. Hydrate. I am legitimately out of tea. I'm sorry. I have nothing left. Y'all made me drink all my tea. Not that that's a bad thing. Okay, sorry. I'm just going back and I'm checking my notes here to see where. Oh, and I know what I did. So, yep, I forgot the very last line, which BSL pointed out in my code. I forgot to actually do the assignment of assigning the inner HTML. So I just copied and pasted that in there real quick. You should be able to parse what's happening there. Just saying get element by ID, MF, inner HTML, assign the result of the MF call. Yeah, that's all we did there. So assign it basically the MF property. Yeah, so now it'll work. We should be good. All right. Boop. Mail. Oops, hang on. Come on. Oh, mail so far. There we go. Yay, it works. Okay. Perfecto. First try, right? Well, Go-Kart, remember, it's a heads or tail. Oh, name only changes after two changes of the breed? That's interesting. Well, you can check it. Oh, posture check. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, if you all can keep playing Hydrate if you want, but I got nothing left to drink, so I'm afraid you're out of luck. You can play it and waste your channel points, but I got nothing left, so I don't know what you're gonna do. All right. So we've assigned male or female. We've assigned a name. First try, exactly right. There was no problem. We got it first try. Oh, Clats, thank you for the bits. So we've assigned the name. Next thing we need to do is we need to assign our age. And what we're going to do there is we're just going to have a new method for that. Assign age. Yeah. And we're going to do another random function. I have to get more. I will. I'm actually really. I'm doing really good so far. I'm not thirsty right now. Oh, Emma. No, it's not that. It's just male or female. Honestly, I wasn't sure if I could say the S word without getting a slap on the wrist from Twitch, especially now that I'm monetized. So I just decided to not even go there. And we're just using MF for male or female. Yeah. So I don't want to Twitch to not be happy with me. All right, so because you never know, right? What's going to trigger like a auto mod or anything like that. Saxophone, yeah, exactly. Saxophone. Yep. Don't want to get in trouble for saxophone. All right, so for age, essentially we just want to return a random number, and I chose between 0 and 16, or between 1 and 16. I'm sorry. But you can choose whatever you want. These clouds, did I thank you for that earlier? If I didn't, yeah, so I honestly forgot if I thank you for that. Thank you for the bits. Math.floor. Again, we're going to do something very similar to what we did before. Math.random. And we just want to choose a random integer between 1 and 16. Okay, thanks, Anthony. Thanks for confirming. I'm still a newbie, so I was like, I don't want to start things off on the wrong foot here. Thanks, Anthony. I appreciate that. All right, and so what are we doing here, right? We're taking, again, we're doing math.random, math.floor times 16, but I'm adding 1 here to the very end because I want it to truly return between 1 and 16. I don't want any 0 results, so I'm adding a minimum value to the bottom. Right? Oh, that Code Wars, I didn't even like typing it out. I was like, what? Why? Come on, Code Wars. Really? Yeah. I'm not a prude or anything, but like, really, that was a bit much. Oh, Gamer Loot, thanks again. Math.seal. Yeah, you could do math.seal. Math.seal is essentially like rounding up instead of rounding down. Yeah. I just see it math.floor everywhere, so I was just going with the trend. I don't think there's any. Oh, thanks, Gamer. I don't think there's any particular reason to do one or the other, as long as you know what you're doing when you are calling it. As long as you know what the result is going to be. Or math.round, right? Because math.round will round it up or down depending on which way it should go. Yeah, exactly. And so again, this one's really simple. We're just going to assign it to the appropriate HTML element. And so if you feel like your HTML isn't updating, make sure that you have an ID on the element that you're trying to target, right? So like we want to target the age item on the list. So we made sure that we gave it an ID of age. And so, we're just saying get element by ID, age in your HTML, age is this age. Yeah. So just make sure that you're targeting the right element, and that way it knows what it's looking for. And check your console. Check the console to see if you're getting any errors in the console. So in Chrome, just right click, inspect, and see if you got any errors in your code, because you might not know otherwise. Yeah, I mean, and intelligence, yeah, that could help you. That could keep you from having to do that +1. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I just kind of use like math.floor as sort of almost like a reflex. Okay, now for the last few methods, we only have so there's 3 more assignments that we have to do. we have to do. Let's look back at what we have left. There's not a lot. So what do we have left? We've done male or female. We've done age. What we have left are, and we've done name, right? What we have left are likes, dislikes, and additional info. And these are all going to be very similar because they're all doing the same thing. They're all targeting an array and they're grabbing a random item out of the array. The +1, to be clear, is setting a minimum. Yeah, exactly. It is. Yep. It's setting the minimum value. Yeah. Line 73 again. Oh, thank you so much. You guys completed the hype train. You guys are rad. Golly gee. Especially at like friggin' 10:30 at night, for me anyway. I'm amazed you guys have this much energy left. Um hyenas, yeah, wow. Okay, so sorry, what was I looking at? I got distracted by the hype train. Oh, line 73. Okay. Yeah, so line 73. So it's all it's doing is it's generating a random number between 1 and 16. Because that's in general, that's kind of what a dog age range is. It's generally dogs live about maximum of 15, 16 years. And so that's kind of the age range we're going for. Yeah, prod by, no problem at all. Prod by, the last things we're really doing is we're grabbing random array values. And so we're going to introduce, so you can definitely check the VOD later, but we're going to introduce the Fisher-Yates shuffle. We're going to introduce the Fisher-Yates shuffle to get our array items. Okay, so look up Fisher-Yates shuffle if you want to try it on your own. And we're gonna do it together here in just the very next thing. So before we go on to our last three methods, math up no square brackets for the age function around here. Yeah, because this is not an array. We're not targeting an array. So like up here for assigned name, we were referencing an array and getting a value out of that array, right? But here, I just want a number. This is not an array. We just want one number back for the age. Does that make sense, Goka? Yeah, there you go. Oh, assign age. Yeah, we can check that. But remember, if it's not working for you, don't forget we have to call it. So we're going to call it from back up here in our event listener. So that may be why it's not working for you. Don't forget to call. Bye, NetNorm. See you tomorrow. Okay, so now we should be able to get to call. There we go. See, look. It updated. Bye, Rubel. we did call it. We called it. We called it in our event listener up here. And I went pretty quick on that. You might have missed that. Yeah, we're calling assign MF. We're calling assign age. Oh, sorry, assign name. You asked about assign name. Yeah. So if you recall, in assign name, we're calling. Sorry, in assign MF, we're actually calling assign name within the function because we want to control which argument we pass in. Do we want to pass in F names or M names? Yeah. And the next three are arrays, correct? Yep. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste in a bunch of code, and then I'm going to tell you what it's doing. Okay? So bear with me. So what I've just dropped in is a method that we are going to call within our next three. Our next three functions are going to be very small, but we're going to be calling this method within each of them. This is called the Fisher-Yates shuffle. And I'm going to just grab a link here and drop it in to chat so y'all can look at this. Fisher-Yates shuffle. Yeah, JavaScript. Yeah, so this was a pretty good article about it. You don't have to understand what's going on. I'm gonna drop it in the in the chat. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so why? What is this for? Why do we need it? Well, so when for our next few items, for our next couple of array grabs, like you notice that we're returning 2 likes and 2 dislikes for each time for each time we get a new dog. We want 2 items separated by a column, and there are issues with in order to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to um, go into each of our arrays, and we're going to try to grab. First, we're going to shuffle the array. We're going to mix it all up, and then we're going to grab the first 2 items out of that shuffled array. Yeah, we're going to randomize the array. Exactly. Now, if we could just do like a math.random and do a sort and randomize the sort, but apparently there's a fundamental flaw in JavaScript, and you can read more about it in that link I gave you. There's a fundamental flaw in JavaScript where it does not always play nice when trying to truly shuffle an array. It will not truly shuffle. It's just a fundamental flaw. I can't really explain exactly the technicalities of it, but in order to get around that, we can use something called the Fisher-Yates shuffle to get a better, cleaner, truly random shuffle of our array. Oh my gosh, Thrax, you coded that exact algorithm? That's awesome. Yeah. Well, now you can feel super smart because yeah, it's the real deal. So good on you. Yep, and you're exactly right, Zyke. Okay, so what are we doing here? We are taking in an array, and we're essentially setting m. So I don't really like the way they coded this. They have a lot of variable. This is just copied from that blog that I sent you. They have a lot of variables that are like single letter, and I'm not cool with that. But yeah, the chat is still delayed. I'm not sure why. I don't have any kind of settings on there or anything. Hmm. But yeah, so m is array length, and we're also declaring t and I. Basically, so we're looping through the array, and so essentially it checks to see while there's remaining elements in the array. Pick any element that hasn't been touched yet, so any of the remaining elements in the array, and swap it with the current element that we're currently looping through. Now, that's just a high level overview. We're not going to go through this line by line. We don't have time for that. But read up more about it. Just know that this is a better shuffle. You can read it. Oh, good. Okay. Yeah. And that's all that we're doing. So we're just shuffling this array, and then we're returning it. And so now we can call this method just to do a nice quick shuffle on any array in future methods. So for our last few methods, we're going to be using this Yates shuffle. We're going to be calling this a few times to really cleanly shuffle our array. Normally it's flying by too fast. Yeah, I think people, the chat has died down quite a bit because they've been on the chat a long time, and nobody else has anything. There's nothing left to say. This brings you back to your data structure class. Oh, yeah. I know. Oh man, I never had a data structures class. Was it that bad? Yeah, y'all are listening. That's totally fine. You don't have to talk. That's totally fine. Don't feel pressured. Don't worry too much about it. Read up on it. Just know that it's a thing. Know that Fisher-Yates shuffle is a thing, and that you can Google it anytime. You can Google Fisher-Yates shuffle and copy and paste it anytime and just slap it into your code. You don't have to know exactly what it's doing or be able to code it from memory. Just Google that bad boy. Wow, eating a burrito and typing. That's awesome. All right, Helix. Thanks for coming. I waved, but you couldn't see. Okay, so next thing we're going to do, we're going to assign likes. So we're going to go into our likes array, and we're going to pick 2 likes at random. So assign likes, and all we need to do is just call our, so we're going to set this.likes. Remember, this.likes is a property that already exists on our object. This.likes, and we're going to call the Yates shuffle. This.Yates shuffle. And so we're gonna set this dot likes equal to this dot Yates shuffle, and we're gonna call our Yates shuffle on our array of likes. So we already remember we have that array of likes, and we're gonna shuffle that array. And then what do I do if I want to get the yeah, exactly. Thanks, Anthony. Thank you for confirming that because I Google all the time too. So, yes, absolutely. Don't be afraid to Google. It's never a bad thing, it's a good thing. Um, all right. So, what do I want to do if I want to get the first two elements only in an array? I want to bring back, I want to return the first two elements in an array, and I want to assign them to this dot likes. What do I do? How do I get the first two elements in an array? Just the first two. Array methods. Array methods. Yeah. Yeah. Slice it. Slicey, slice, slice. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So you can see we're kind of chaining things, right? We're saying, first we're saying first call the Yates shuffle, and then we're gonna get a slice. Yeah, y'all got a story for real. All right. Good night, Zena. Thanks for coming. Catch the VOD. We're almost done. So yeah, catch the just all you'll need is the last couple methods, and so it should only take you a few minutes um, to catch up on the VOD. So, yep, we're just going to get the first two elements, and remember that slice is not inclusive, right? So what this is going to do is it's going to return elements 0 and 1 and not include 2. That's just the way that is. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Anthony. Anthony's dropping some real knowledge. Listen to Anthony. Real knowledge. All right, so we've got those first two elements, and then we are just going to drop them straight into our likes list. So document.get whatever, get element by ID, get element by ID, likes dot inner HTML, and we're going to set it to essentially both array elements. Oh my gosh, Rita code, it's 5 a.m.? Man, go to bed, Rita. Yeah, go to bed. Get a little sleep. Don't punish yourself. That's why VODs exist, right? You can always catch it later. Okay, so we're gonna set likes equal to now we're gonna do something slightly different there. I want my array elements to show up as being separated by a comma. So I want to only display one at a time. I don't want to display both of them at once. So I'm going to say likes is this likes the first element, and then a comma, right? And then the second one. Yeah. Oops, not 2, 1. There we go. Bye, Rita. Thanks for coming. Thanks for your participation and your insights today. Oh, good, Persizzle. I'm glad this is so relevant. Awesome. That's rad. All right, so we're going to save this, and then we're going to call it, and then we should be able to get a result. So, Doggo info dot assign likes. Going to call that bad boy, and let's see. All right, so keep an eye on the likes item here. Yeah, there we go. Check it out. It's interesting that my picture didn't work, didn't update there. But so yeah, likes licking people directly on the mouth and barking at the delivery person. So what it did is it pulled 2 random elements from the array and is spitting them out for us here. First try, indeed. Okay, so the next one's going to be very similar, actually pretty much identical. Dislikes entry. Yep. I hate being licked on the mouth. Yeah, me too. But the dogs seem to. There's some dogs that really seem to enjoy that. They like to see what you had for lunch. All right. So assign dislikes is going to be pretty much the same. We can actually pretty much just copy paste assign dislikes and oops, got to have my comma there. Don't forget to put comma after each of your methods. This dot dislikes. Basically put dis in front of everything. This dot dislikes list slice 02, and we're going to assign it to dislikes and change this to say dislikes this dot dislike. And we also could have probably assigned this dot dislikes to like another variable, but in this case we're just doing a manual call or manual reference. Learn how to code and then pay other people to do it. Yeah. Okay, yeah, and I noticed that too, that the image wasn't changing. We might have broke something. We'll see. All right, but anyway, let's get this working. We'll get the rest of the characteristics working, and then we'll figure out what's going on with the image. So again, we're doing the same thing. We're shuffling the array. We're getting the first two elements out of the shuffled array, so they'll be random. Then we're assigning it to our dislikes list. Okay. Doggo info.assign dislikes. All right, save. Okay, let's try it. Yeah, there we go. Oh, okay. The image updated this time. I don't know why it didn't update the first time. Yes. So, likes stealing blankets off the bed, and ear scratchies. Dislikes helicopters and suitcases. Yeah, I know my computer's getting louder and louder. We're almost done. We're on the last method. thanks for putting up with it. You should put your tea on your laptop. It'll warm it back up. My laptop really isn't that hot. It's just loud. Faraway emergency responder sounds. Oh, thanks, gamer. Wow, gamer, man, thank you so much. You guys are funny. I love you guys. All right, so last method. We're almost done. I promise. All right. I keep saying that, don't I? Y'all don't have any reason to believe me at this point, do you? All right, last one. We got to assign our fun fact. You broke something. The options don't show up anymore. Uh-oh. Well, just double check and make sure. Check your console. Do you check the console? Probably you might have errors in your console. Okay, so sign fun fact. Now we're gonna kind of go back to just a simple randomizer because we only want to return one element from the array. So with this, we're just gonna use math.random again, and all we're gonna do is we're just gonna set. We don't have to use the Yates shuffle for this because we don't have to shuffle the array, right? We're not trying to shuffle anything. We're just grabbing a random element. For likes and dislikes, we had to use a shuffle because we were grabbing two elements. So first we had to shuffle the array in order to get two unique elements out. Gonna end early equals almost done. I know. Yeah, I'm as bad as Leon. I know. I never think these streams are gonna go as long as they do, but there's just so much to talk about. Gamerly, you got a badge. Look at you. For dumping bits on me. Yeah. All right. So this dot fact is going to be this dot fact list, and we're just going to do the exact same thing that we did before. Nothing new. In fact, I'm actually just going to copy paste this because I'm kind of tired of typing. So we're going to grab a random item out of our fact list by getting the floor random value times the fact list dot length and floor. That's all we need to do there. And then we're going to add it to the inner HTML for the facts tag. Boop. Nothing new. Same thing we have been doing. For Sizzle, random question because I'm curious. Do you prefer classes or factory function? As far as looking at them, like and just being more intuitive. I actually like the look of classes personally. Um, yeah, I like the look of classes, but I mean, I'm still pretty new to this, to objects, so my opinions might change as I become more familiar. Um, can you show the function shuffle array line? You mean this one, the Yates shuffle? You want to see that? You can also just Google Fisher Yates shuffle and get it from there. It generally it's always the same. Okay, good. Glad you got it. Okay, so now we should have all of our methods, and we're going to do our last call. Last call. Last call for doggos. Doggo facts. All right, doggo info, dot assign fun facts. Save. Thank you. Last call. Yeah. And and to be fair, like we could have done this so that each method chained into the next one, because we're never not going to call one of these, right? We always want to call each of them every time. So we could have chained all these together and had each one call the next one. I thought about doing that, but I thought for clarity, I want to be very clear about what we're calling here and not get too nested as far as our calls go. So I decided to do it this way. Um, all right, let's do it. Pew, pew, pew. Hey, we got a beagle. Honey. Oh, that's a perfect name for a beagle. I love it. Female, 5 years old, likes new friends and going to the dog park, dislikes thunderstorms and sharing food, and chooses whether to listen to you on a case by case basis. And that's a typo that I still haven't fixed. Is there a Vizsla? Yeah, there is. Yeah, right here. Let's look at the Vizsla. Oh, that's not a very good picture, but definitely a Vizsla. Likes deep size, and name is Leroy, also a really great name. Likes deep size and sniffing the bushes, dislikes eating alone in suitcases, and ears and tail are the same length, big ears. Perfect. Oh, hey, Arsenal. Yeah, this is a fun little project. We've been having a lot of fun. 4 hours worth of fun, to be precise. Yeah. All right. In the VOD replay, we'll be able to read the chat. Does the chat get preserved in the VOD? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Okay, yeah, it's preserved. Good. Awesome. I like Labradors. Aw, that's another good name. Man, these names are killing it. Randomly generated names for the win. Yeah. Oh, baby. It's interesting that the age is 16, so that's not the best there. But dislikes going to bed after midnight and bacon. Dislikes being bored in vegetables, and truly believes that they are a cat. You can always do a console log and check and see whether your coin flip is working correctly. Because it could be either that number one, it could be that the HTML element isn't being updated. Make sure that you have make sure that your HTML element is being updated, and also make sure that you do a console log inside of that to see if the coin flip is being triggered properly. Gronendale, yeah. That was actually something that somebody sent me on Twitter. They said their dog was from Tijuana and maybe knew some Spanish. Yeah. Yeah, I just love these. Fences are less of an obstacle and more of a suggestion. Yeah. So yeah, everything seems to be working perfectly. Yeah, and Rascal, that's a good. Yeah, if you're doing a random, you can throw it in a loop and console log the results to see to hit it a bunch of times and see if it's actually throwing all of the options at some point. That's a good idea, Rascal. Anthony, I agree. Talk to console log more than your own mother. Yeah, but also call your mom, if you can. Yeah, so essentially, I think we're about done. Have fun with this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just grab the rest of the JavaScript and toss it in the code pen. So if you weren't able to follow along, if your code's not working the way you expect, I think we stopped at the. I think we stopped like here. So I'm going to just grab the rest of this. Which API is this? It is Dog CEO. So if somebody could grab the URL for that API for like the web page for the API and pop it into the pop it in the chat, that would be much appreciated. To get to the bottom of this JavaScript here. Yeah, so I think that's where we stopped right there. And we'll see if this works. Let's see what the error is. Oh, maybe an extra bracket at the end. Oh, no, error's gone. Okay. Save. All right, so whole thing's in the code pen. And should be able to. I'm gonna grab the link here again and drop it in one more time in case you didn't get it before. Give it a try. I would suggest maybe not working on this in CodePen. Maybe do it in VS Code. But just because the API calls may not, the image stuff and the API calls may not work properly in CodePen, it's a little wonky sometimes. But yeah, do it in VS Code. And if you do make your own version and do something cool with it, tag me on Twitter. Okay, so !Twitter, !Twitter, to get my Twitter handle. Which I mean, you could probably guess what it is. But here, I'll do it for you. Twitter. Yep. Follow me on Twitter and tag me if you do something cool because I want to see it. Are we messing with copyright? No. The API is the one that's getting the images. We're just getting them from the API. Oh, good. Thank you, Kuzzy. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And like, I hope your burrito was delicious. I hope your burrito was delicious. I'm glad you guys enjoyed this. I think this may have been my longest stream. I'm not 100% sure. It was a heck of a deal. But we had a lot of fun. I had fun. Hope you had fun. And the random dogs, hope you had fun as well. I'm gonna pick a few more dogs to send you off. Enjoy. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, May Sunflower, thank you. Glad you had a good time. All right, I think that's a good one. We'll wrap it up, and y'all have a great rest of your evening. Bye bye. We're not gonna raid. It's been too long. Oh, you want to raid? Okay, you all want to raid? I wasn't going to, but I don't want anybody to feel like they have to stay on. But if you want to raid, just somebody tell me who to raid. Because all right, you all want to raid? Okay, that's fine. We can raid. Um, Somebody give me somebody to raid. Coder Girl Chan. All right, let's do them. Okay, hang on. It'll take me a second. Bear with me. I gotta get back to my thing. Want to raid Coder Girl Chan? Oh yeah, there they are. They're right here. Awesome. We're gonna raid Coder Girl Chan, okay? All right, gonna start the raid. Getting set to raid. They're gonna be hopefully they're gonna be happy because we still got quite a few people hanging on here. So, all right, still got a few viewers getting staged up to raid. I'm gonna let it tick up a little bit more. Bear with me. I've got a little counter that ticks up as folks are. Oh my gosh, Leon is still on. Bye, Leon. Bye, Leon. All right, I think we're gonna go ahead and rate it. I will see you guys again on Sunday. Check my Twitch for my stream schedule. All right, bye.